Mhm. Okay, go Hi, Michelle. How are you, beautiful? Okay, so cast, start. There we go. Perfect. Hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Oops. There we go. Okay, so that's not in the way. I'm doing great. I'm feeling a lot better. I'm just making sure that both cameras are set up. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. Let me grab my pen and my ruler. Hi, everybody. Thank you for the heart me. Okay, guys, we are live on YouTube and we are live on TikTok. I'm just writing down the measurements to make it easy for everybody. And 3/8, I think it is. Yep, 5 3/8. 5 3/8. And this is 2.5 by 8.5. This is 5 3/8 by 8.5. There we go. All right. Woo woo. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Okay, so we are going to grab our chipboard first. So we're going to, hi, guys. Hello, hello. We are going to start with our chipboard, and these are our measurements. So we're going to need 2 pieces of 5 3/8 by 8.5 inches tall. So 5 3/8, we need 2 pieces, 5 3/8 by 8.5 inches. And we are going to need 2 pieces of 2.5 inches by 8.5 inches. So I would cut your chipboard. So 2 sheets of 5 3/8 and by 8.5, and 2 sheets of 2.5 inches by 8.5 inches. That's what we'll need. So if you guys want to go ahead and cut those out and then give me a thumbs up when you guys have it. Hello, Miss Lady Lori. Welcome in. Welcome in. So we need 2 of these, 2 of these, and 2 of these. So go ahead and cut your chipboard, y'all. Those are the sizes that we need. And the circled number is the quantity. 5 3/8 by 8.5 inches, 2.5 inches by 8.5 inches. So we'll need 2 of these and 2 of these. I will put these under here so you don't get the reflection so that you can see. Those are the measurements that we need. So go ahead, ladies, and it's okay. We're just getting started. Go ahead and cut out 2 of these and 2 of these. And here's the measurements: 5 3/8 by 8.5 inches, 2.5 inches by 8.5 inches. So you need 2 and 2. Ugh. Let me grab, where is my spoon? Welcome in, ladies. Welcome in. Hello, hello. We are live on YouTube and we are live on TikTok. So we need two pieces of chipboard cut 5 3/8 by 8.5 inches. And then 2 pieces of chipboard that are 2.5 inches by 8.5 inches. You should have 2 sheets, because this is only 5 3/8. So you should be able to get one of each out of each sheet of chipboard. Thank you for the heart, me. So 2 cut this size and 2 cut this size. Everybody received 2 sheets of 8.5 by 11 chipboard. But welcome in, everybody. Give me a thumbs up when y'all get your chipboard cut out. I forgot Snicky snacks. I got pretzels, peanut butter pretzels. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Miss Lori gave a thumbs up. Some comments were filtered. You can't find your ruler. Iced coffee and candy. Go, girl. I have to get my husband to bring me up some iced coffee because I don't have any. He went to the post office for me. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. I know he didn't get me any iced coffee either. We're on both YouTube and we are on TikTok. What's going on, Cammie? Welcome in. I'll tell him that G's still starving. Now I'm choking on pretzels. Golly. Sorry. I got a piece of pretzel stuck in my throat. Holy cow. All right, no more pretzels. I'm done. Holy cow. Nope, you're good. I'm so sorry, guys. Whew, Shelly, go to my website, sabrinaswindow.com. You will be able to find my YouTube channel from there. Holy cow. All right. Woo! Girl. No more pretzels. Okay. Okay. Whew. Oh. All right. Oh. Thank you. Sorry, guys. I should have known better not to talk and have my mouth full. Whew. I just choked on them pretzels. Oh, I'm good. I'm good. Whew. All right. Oh, give me a second. God damn. Okay. Get rid of these pretzels. I'm done. All right. Golly. All right. So for those of you who are coming in that didn't listen to me coughing, holy cow. I did take a drink, y'all. I did. That was a very sharp piece of pretzel that got stuck in my throat. Okay, so we need, sorry, 2 pieces of chipboard cut that are 8.5 by 5 3/8. Yes, I'll be okay, I promise. Thank you for asking, though. I was eating pretzels and I inhaled the same time I was swallowing, and that is a no. Okay, so we need 2 of these cut and 2 pieces of 2.5 inches by 8.5 inches. So we need 2 and 2. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I know, right, Michelle? I think Shelly's coming. No, there's 2 people on YouTube. There are 2 people in YouTube, and there are 16 on TikTok. So we're good. Okay, y'all. Everybody got their chipboard cut out. Let me move this to the side. So we have our front and back, and we have 2 middles. The second middle is we're going to do a no-sew, or I should not a no-sew, a hidden spine. So that's why you have 2 pieces of the 2.5 by 8.5. Okay, so we have exactly, where's my centimeters? Here it is. Okay, so for the centimeters, gap between, we have a 0.5 centimeter gap between the front cover, the middle, and the back cover. It is exactly a 0.5 centimeter. So you all got a piece of the skin. Oh, Miss Helene, shoot, I forgot to tell you. Your skin is in a separate package, and my husband forgot to put it in the mail. He's putting it in the mail today, so I apologize, but your other skin is coming. But anyway, I sent you guys a piece of cut fabric that is specifically for this shape. So again, that's why you need two pieces of chipboard 8.5 by 3/8 and 2 pieces of chipboard 2.5 by 8.5. So You guys, I used clear tape to get my 1/2 centimeter gap. You don't have to do that. Can I see the size again? Absolutely. So you need 2 pieces of chipboard that are 5 3/8 and 8.5 inches tall. 2 pieces. And then 2 pieces of 2.5 inch by 8.5 inch. So 5 3/8 by 8.5 inches and 2.5 by 8.5. You're very welcome. I know, right, Sheldon? My Lord. That's what I get for eating pretzels. Okay, so because I did not cut my piece of fabric out ahead of time, I'm going to hurry up and cut this out so that we can. Mine was the only one that I didn't prep my material ahead of time. But that's okay. That's okay. I'm going to do that now. Where is my scissors? My marker. Here it is. I'm just going to eyeball mine. You guys are cut precisely because I didn't do mine ahead of time. I was trying to, but I was cleaning off my desk at the same time. So let me just cut this out real quick. And then we can get started on this. And the gap between the front cover to the spine is 1/2 centimeter. 1/2 centimeter. So there's a 1/2 centimeter gap between the spine and the front cover and the spine and the back cover. It's a 1/2 centimeter. Everybody good? Thumbs up. No, oh my goodness, how long have you been on? Not that long, Miss Wanda. 15 minutes. So Miss Wanda, you need to cut out your chipboard. You need 2 pieces of 5 3/8 by 8.5 inches. And then you need 2 pieces of 2.5 inches by 8.5 inches. So Miss Wanda, go ahead and cut out your chipboards. So 2 pieces of 5 3/8 by 8.5 inches and 2.5 inches by 8.5 inches. You're absolutely fine, Miss Wanda. Like I said, two sheets of 5 3/8 by 8.5, and then 2.5 by 8.5. No, my windows are open because it's beautiful outside, and the birds, I guess, are right outside on the tree. But no, it's gorgeous here today. It's like, I don't know, 70. Oh, well, it says it's 66, but it feels like 70. And it's really nice and breezy. So I have all the windows open. Mm-hmm. Indeed, today we do. Miss Wanda, give me a thumbs up when you have your chipboard cut up. Everybody else have their chipboard cut up? Yeah, I sent you 2 sheets of chipboard. One is 5 3/8. So you cut 2 pieces, one out of each piece of chipboard. 5 3/8 by 8.5 inches. And then out of the remaining pieces of chipboard, you'll do the 2.5 by 8.5. So you need 2 of each of these. But everybody, did y'all get my message on this? Did you guys see the video about needing a bunch of clips? Because it takes a long time for this glue to dry, the glue to dry with the felt back. All right, awesome. I apologize for that. I did not realize that it would take that long for it to dry. That's why I want to do the cover first, because while the cover's drying, we can do our pages. Oh, by the way, have any of y'all been watching on my other channel on Cuss Words and Coffee, some of the things I'm working on for the Dark Circus? This is one of them. If y'all haven't signed up for it yet, this is one of the things I'm working on. The lady, she will go up and down on the inside. I'll do a separate tutorial for this. I won't teach this on the live putting the book together. I will do a separate tutorial for it. Anyway, this is one of them. The lady it'll have a slider so that the lady goes up and down. But this is one of the things that we're going to learn for the class for next month's book. Love it. We were in live trying to figure it out yesterday. Yes, Miss Wanda. Cut 2 pieces of 2.5 by 8.5. Oh no, it started raining. I didn't think it was gonna rain. Well, there goes the birdie tweets. So use the second, yes. And this is another page that I'm working on as a flip out for the Dark Circus / Carnival, is the pop up for that as well, which is kind of cool. I love it. That's part of the Dark Circus. That'll be a separate tutorial as well, so you guys can do it on your own time. I know, right? Can you hear it? It is pouring out raining right now. Okay, so I have my 5 3/8 out of one chipboard, and I'm cutting 2 8.5. Yes, 2.5 by 8.5 out of the other. Yes, ma'am. Just attach one spine. Correct. Yes, because the other spine, we are going to put our signatures. We're going to sew our signatures to it. So we only need the one. And like I said, there is a 1/2 centimeter gap between the cover and the spine and the front and the spine. So there is exactly a half a centimeter gap between the covers. So we're using those 2 pieces of 5 3/8 and only 1 piece of the 2.5 by 8.5. The other piece we'll use later. Working on our dragon book, Miss Michelle. Welcome in. Oh yeah, I need to put that on my website so you'll know where to find it, Miss Rain. I will make an effort to do that today. Does the clown journal open from the top? Yes. This is the cover for the circus one for next month. It is a caravan, and it will open from the top. And the wheels move. But this is for next month. I changed the wood background to a different wood. I actually had to make a wood to be able so it was smaller grain because I thought this was too wide. But I'm really excited. And then it'll be a cloth top, and the cloth is what will be our spine for next month. Would it be difficult to get it to open from the side? I'll be honest with you, Julie, that is not how I designed it, only because you need to have the caravan is going to be a cloth top. If I put cloth on the side here as my spine, you'll see it. The top of the caravan, it'll be the roof. The cloth will actually be the roof of the caravan. But if you look at the caravan and like the pop-up that I did, this fits in there underneath. There we go. So you only have the little bit here on the bottom. What's going on, Kay? Thank you for the heart, me. No, don't be sorry, Miss Wanda. Don't be sorry, Miss Wanda. Okay, you got the pieces cut out. So we're just using one spine right now. Yes, only one spine. I know. I love the caravan. Okay. All right. So thank you for the heart, me. Can I use washi to tape them? Lily, honestly, you don't have to tape them at all because we're going to glue it down. And I cut y'all's, hi, Ari. Thank you for the heart, me. I cut y'all's cloth specifically for these measurements. And so you can eyeball it in truth be told. If you don't have precise measurements, it's okay. I promise you, you are not going to do anything wrong because your piece of skin is cut specifically for these measurements. And you will have a gap of, hold on, I'll tell you what the gap is around the outside edge. The gap will be exactly 2 centimeters. There will be a 2 centimeter gap all around the whole outside. So you're not going to screw it up. I promise. So you don't have to tape them if you don't want to, or, that's fine. Because like I said, you're going to have a 2 centimeter gap all around the whole outside. So if you lay down your first piece of chipboard with a 2 centimeter gap, it'll be in the right place. It'll be a 2 centimeter gap, 2 centimeter gap, and 2 centimeter gap. Same thing with this side. You can lay this side, these two outside pieces down first with the glue, still get your 2 centimeter gap. And then you can take your middle piece and then you can glue the middle piece down after you get the 2 outside pieces glued down, then glue down your middle piece. So then that way there, you know that you're getting the correct gap, but you do not have to tape them. Okay, is everybody good? Everybody, were you guys are ready to glue down? Yeah, I don't think the washi will hold either. All right, everybody's ready. Miss Wanda, are you ready? You're going to be very generous with your glue. And this is going to take a while to dry. That's why I said about the clips, because while we're putting some signatures together, our cover's going to dry, and then we'll wrap it and then clip it. The felt is going to absorb the glue. That's why I'm saying be very generous with it. Whether you're using Fabri-Tac, whether you're using 3-in-1, or whether you're using Mod Podge. You don't have to tape it, Miss Wanda. You can if you'd like, but you don't have to. Absolutely, Kimmy, absolutely. So, only have 1.5 centimeter. Okay, that's fine, Miss Sheldon. Just make sure that it's even all the way around. I'm going to go ahead and flip mine over. And I'm just going to put it in the center. Because mine isn't perfect. Mine isn't perfect. But I promise you, you'll have enough to be able to wrap the book. Okay, where is my... So we're just going to fan it, the glue, press it down, make sure that it's connected. Miss Wanda, if you are taping, like I said, there is exactly 1/2 centimeter between the cover and the spine. And I won't leave you behind, I promise. Oh, you're absolutely fine, Miss Tracy. We have our next month's workshop is Creepy Circus / Carnival. So this is the cover for next month's workshop. I designed this, and the wheels move, but it is Caravan. So it's Dark Circus Creepy Carnival for next month. Miss Wanda, let me know when you're ready, my love. Yes, we're making a journal, Miss Tracy. This is a dragon journal. So everybody chose their covers that they wanted, and but everybody has the same paper. Hi, Miss Nikki. But once this is glued down, we are going to take this entire piece and we're going to put it somewhere on the floor. If you want to stick a book on top of it, go ahead and do that. But this needs to lay flat until we get some of the signatures done. and then we'll come back to it, and then we will then go ahead and fold over our sides and glue those down. We'll clip them, and then we'll come back to it once everything is glued down on the outside edge. But right now, we're just going to take this. Like I said, if you want to put this on the floor away from where you are, put a book on top of it if you'd like. And we're going to leave this alone until we do some of the signatures. Is everybody caught up to this part where we have everything glued down, or do we need more time? Because this has to be dry enough to be able to wrap it. No, you're fine, Miss Wanda. Let me grab my paper pack, though. Miss Wanda, if you have questions, just ask, my love. No problem, Miss Lily. We got it. I'm feeling better, Miss Nikki. Perfect. Yay! We just got to wait on Miss Lily. She's almost finished. Miss Lily's good to go. All right, so I'm going to take this. I'm going to lay this on the floor flat, and I'm going to put a book on mine. All right, there we go. And my book. All right. Done. Okay. So everybody got 3 packages. You got a package of ephemera. You guys can cut this out and do your book up as you so choose. This you can do after the workshop. We're just putting the book pages together, and you guys can decorate it later. My chest is sore and coughing. Aw, Miss Nikki. Miss Anita, if you go, yes, I'm on YouTube as well as on TikTok. So the ephemera, we're going to stick that to the side because we're not going to decorate the book together. So our 2 packages, we have 1 package that is all the dragon paper. Okay, we have all of our dragon paper. And then the other package is filler paper. And it had our chipboard in it. So we have an envelope with some fabric. There's cheesecloth and muslin. And then we have an envelope. We have a sheet of cicada paper. A sheet of mulberry paper. We have 1 sheet of vellum, 1 sheet of coffee stained paper. This I made. If it has a little bit of smell to it, it's coffee and cinnamon. Did anybody have an issue with any papers smelling like cigarettes? Did anybody think that their papers smelled like cigarettes? I had one person say that they thought that some of their papers smell like cigarettes. I'm wondering if it came from this or if it was something else. Okay, I didn't think so. No. Okay, good. My cover, well, the cover is plastic. So did it smell like cigarettes or did it smell like plastic? Because I don't smoke cigarettes, y'all. So I wasn't sure. I'm like, I don't know where it would have come from. But okay, well, as long as I know both, maybe I don't know, could be, but I promise you, I don't smoke cigarettes. It's all good. Smells like ink to me. Okay, perfect. Yay. All right, that makes me feel better because I was so confused. I thought, because I know that the coffee stained paper has a smell to it, and it's because I use cinnamon sticks, coffee, tea, and actual coffee grounds. So sometimes the coffee smells like, or the coffee paper smells like vanilla. Some of them do, some of them don't, but some of them get so that's why I thought it might have been this paper, the paper or the plastic from the cover. Anyway, so one sheet of coffee paper, and of course, y'all know we got 2 sheets of chipboard. Let me put these to the side because we already cut ours. And then we got a package of black dragons, and these are in 5x7. Okay, so you could do one of two things with these. Okay, you can trim out the whole outside and use these as pages, or you can cut the 5x7 completely out and use the muslin use this as your page spine. So you can attach this piece of fabric to another page and use this as just a sheet as a standalone. So you could do it either way. Again, these are your journals. You do them the way that you see fit. I am going to show you what I would do. And you guys know I do crazy. I do crazy. Miss Wanda, what's the matter, sweetheart? Oh, you're laughing? Okay. But anyway, so we have our cheesecloth and we have our muslin. And the muslin, there is a nice size piece in there. So if you wanted to use all of these, you can by gluing them together with the muslin as a page. So however you guys so chose to do these, you can do it that way. I'm going to set these off to the side. And again, so for our dragon paper, I don't understand what you're saying. It's okay, Miss Wanda. We'll get there. I'll show you. I'll show you. I promise, Angel. So there is a good bit of paper in here, y'all. I did some with not lined paper. Some of them I did with graphs. So what I want you to do is you need to pick a page out of here that you would like to use as your front cover and back cover of your dragon journal. So go through your images and what image would you like to use for the inside of your front cover? Like I'm going to use this as you pick whatever one you want. I'm going to use this. I'm going to do this as my front inside cover, and this is my back inside cover is what I'm going to use this for. So I'm going to take this sheet and set this to the side. Oops. Okay. So once everybody has their image that they want to use for the inside or backside cover, for the inside of the book, you go ahead and I put a wide variety in here. I was going to do specifically just colors based on the outside cover, but I changed my mind. I had a lot of people asking me for a mix. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to do a mix. And thank you, Miss Soul, or Miss T. Sorry, Tay. So I just did a mixture so that way there you can pick and choose what you'd like to use because not all these papers are going to fit in our book. So you can use whatever papers you want and then use the other papers for another project. Thank you for the roses. Okay. So does everybody have the page that they want for their, and by inside cover, I mean this. Hold on. I am going to use, here's my book. Okay. I'm going to use my bird face. I'm going to use that for the front cover. And then I am going to cut this in half. Actually, I'm going to tear mine so that you have an idea, Miss Wanda. So that will be on my front cover and this will be on my back cover. Does that make more sense? Way too many to choose from. Miss Wanda says that I gave her too many dragon pictures to choose from. Too many options, Sabrina. Too many options. That is too funny. That's a first. That's a first. Oh, my Jivas. That cracks me up. That absolutely cracks me up. All right, but that's what we need. So we got those. All right, I'm going to sit my book back down on the floor and cover it with my book. Ugh. All right. Okay, so I'm going to sit these two to the side because I know that's going to go on my cover for the book. All right. Again, we have our cheesecloth. You can use this as a page itself, or you can use it to decorate the inside of your book. They come in double-sided. Mine is not. What are all of them not double-sided, Miss Lily? The only things that aren't double-sided is these. These are not double-sided. The black ones are not double-sided. The thinner paper is not double-sided. Oh, okay. Only the red dragons are not. Okay. My apologies. My apologies, Miss Lori and Miss Lily, if your thinner paper is not double-sided. Supposed to use one of the thicker sheets for the cover. Yes, Miss Wanda. My bad. I don't know how it couldn't. It must have skipped pages because they all should be double-sided, even the thin papers, because there are thicker and they're supposed to be. Okay, they're supposed to be 28-pound, 60-pound, and 80-pound cardstock. Oh, excuse me. 28-pound, 60-pound, and 80-pound cardstock. There are 3 different types of cardstock because we can't get all the papers into the. Excuse me. We can't get all the papers into the book that are not double-sided. Okay, Miss Craft, perfect. That's fine. If you guys do have a page that has a white back, not a big deal. I can show you how we can still insert those pages into the book. So if you want to use those pages, we can still put them inside the book. It's not a big deal. We will actually just glue them back to back and make a pocket out of it. It's not a big deal. If I cut one with the thin ones to use for the covers, that going to be okay? Or should I cut another one? Miss Wanda, there shouldn't be a problem with, if you find a picture that's on a thinner piece of paper, you can use that as well. You shouldn't have a problem with it because we're completely gluing it down. Yay, Miss V. Welcome. But yeah, it was intentional to have 3 sizes of paper, because once you fold all these papers, not all of these are going to fit into your book, y'all. I sent you a wide variety of papers to choose from, whether it be the thickness, the dragons, but they will not all fit into one book. I promise you that. I mean, you could try if you want your book to throw up. That's fine. But yeah, these probably will not all fit in the book once they're folded and we start putting any papers or adding anything to it like ephemera. All right, is everybody caught up? Everybody has picked out their images for their front and back cover. How many signatures? 3. There will be 3. That is completely up to you, Miss Helene. But we're doing 3 signatures. And y'all are welcome if you have other papers that you want to mix in with this, whether it be more coffee stained paper or more vellum or anything else. You guys are welcome to add anything in. Like I said, our book, the interior is based on what you're feeling for your own book. You don't have to do exactly what I'm doing. To the dollar store, I found a tote bag, but it's a diamond painting butterfly, so I'm doing it on my own. Ah, that's so sweet, Nikki. What's going on? Hi, Miss Laura. We are working on our dragon book today. We're working on the dragon book today. Okay, everybody got their front and back cover photos picked out. So we're going to go ahead and we are going to we're doing 3 signatures, y'all. 3 signatures. And you can decide for yourself how many pages you want in each signature. I sent you guys a ton of paper to choose from. And if you have papers that were not printed on the back, again, I will show you how to put those papers together to create a pocket at the top or on the side, so that way there you can still use them. All right. So again, we are creating 3 signatures. So I'm going to go ahead and fold my papers in half, even if they are not printed on the back side, like we cover for the next month. Oh, yes, absolutely. This is the cover for the Dark Circus Carnival for next month. And the wheels move, but it's a caravan. Okay, so we're going to fold all of our papers in half, and it doesn't matter if the ones that are white, just put the 2 white sheets together, and I'll show you how to make a pocket. Is there a reason I can't see anybody else commenting? Miss Wanda, I'm reading it on TikTok as well as YouTube, but I can see the comments. Absolutely, Miss Tracy. It is up on the website. The cutoff will be the 1st of the month. So that, because I am designing some of the flip outs and stuff. So I need to make sure that I have enough material for everybody. So right now we are just folding our papers for our signatures. I love these dragons. Love the dragons. I love the variety. It doesn't matter, Miss Wanda, if you want the dragons on the inside or the outside, it doesn't matter. I'm folding them however. And it's just going to be whatever your preference is. I'm doing some outside and some on the inside. On the inside, I want those to be my inside of my signatures. So like this page I want as a center of my signature. And then I want this page as a center of one of my signatures. Excuse me. And then that will be an inside center. So it's pretty much whatever your preference is. And once you fold it one way, if you want to fold it the other way later because you changed your mind and you'd rather that be on the outside than the inside, you can do that as well. Are we supposed to have all journal pages on the backs? Not all of them have journal pages. Some of them have decorative papers. Some of them have journal lines. Some of them don't have journal lines. All the pages are different. If you do happen to get ones that are white on the back, I apologize. Okay, mine except for journal, all except 4 have journal pages. Okay, mine except 4 have journal pages. Okay. Yeah, most of them should have journal pages. There were some pages where I did a decorative background because all mine are journal pages except a few that are coffee stained or they have something else on them. Everybody's might be different. So I apologize. But yeah, most of them should be double-sided. And the ones that aren't double-sided, like I said, it's not a big deal. I will show you how to make page pockets. Yes. Sometimes the printer, I don't know why, it's skipping pages. I have my one printer I just sent off to be cleaned because the one wheel stopped working. So it's out being cleaned. And then not only that too, is missing the papers, like shooting the papers out in between each order. So that's being worked on. Sorry about the notifications, y'all. Oh, I think my husband's home. Blanda, can you do me a huge favor? Can you grab me my skull cup out of the living room, please? It has water in it. Thank you. I was up here choking on a pretzel a little bit ago, and you weren't home. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and varnish the folds with my bone folder. Thank you for the heart, me, Miss Owls. Welcome in. Welcome in. That means I am just going to make sure that that crease is nice and crisp. And if you don't have a bone folder, use a pencil, use the side of a marker, something that is firm so that you can push those creases down to make sure it's nice and crisp. and tight. Oh my God, thank you. I inhaled. I was choking on a pretzel. Everybody thought I was unaliving myself.
Unaliving yourself.
Yeah, okay. I can't. Yeah, it was a really sharp pretzel. I inhaled at the same time and tried to swallow. And it got stuck in my throat for like a whole 15 minutes. I was sitting here coughing my face off.
Guess I gotta monitor you now.
Yeah, I know. They're like, do we need to call Blanda? I'm like, no, not yet. I think I got it. I'm trying to look for you. Go right ahead, Miss Wanda. Everybody says hi, Blanda. I know. First it was coffee. Now it's pretzels. I know, girl. Well, you know what? I think I really need to have that surgery done again where they stick a balloon in my esophagus and expand my esophagus. I've had problems in the past where I couldn't even swallow like yogurt. And they say that only happens to old people. Don't make any jokes. I already know that I'm old. But yeah, I've had to have a balloon put in my esophagus and my esophagus stretched because I was choking on just, like I said, just yogurt. I couldn't eat anything solid because it would get stuck in my throat. And I think I need to have that done again because I'm starting to choke on just simple things. My tonsils at 45, I get it. Oh, girl. Lord have mercy. Yeah, I've had swallow studies done and all that good stuff, but I know, Al, these are freaking cool. I love these. It was a good selection of dragons in different colors. I love that. Is this the papers? Yes, this is the papers for the dragon book. Yes, it is, Miss Terry. Hi, Miss Opal. How are you doing, beautiful? How are you feeling? Okay. Does everybody have their papers all folded in half? Give me a thumbs up when y'all have your papers folded in half. And like I said, we're doing 3 signatures. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Opal. I'm sorry to hear that. You get some, Al. All right, everybody's a thumbs up. Everybody's a thumbs up. Miss Wanda, how's it going, love? And Miss V, how's it going over there? Almost done? Hi, Sarah. Thank you for the heart, me. Hey, hey. We're working on a dragon book today. This is for our workshop. You're good? All right, Miss V, we're just waiting on Miss Wanda. She's almost finished. And then we can start separating into our 3 piles. Just printing, I'll catch up. Nope, you are absolutely fine, Miss Lori. Thank you for the like, Miss Owl. Or I should say Miss Tina. I don't know why I called you Owl. Because I love the name. All right, everybody's good. Okay, so I have my what weight paper are all of the double-sided prints on. So V, it is 3 different sizes. There's 80 pound, 60 pound, and 28 pound. So they're all different. Because if I do all 80 pound, it will not all fit in the book. So that's why I did a mixture so that it's the thickness that we need to worry about for the signatures. So that's why they're in 3 different sizes. When I make my books, my custom books, it's the same thing. I don't use all 80 pound cardstock. I've laughed every time. So yes, it's intentional that they're all different paper weights. That's how I was able to send you guys so much of a selection of dragons. So, how much paper that I sent is because it won't all fit in. So I have my 3 center signatures picked out. And again, it doesn't matter the paper weight. It's the images that you want to use your favorite 3 images in the center of the signature. So I have mine picked out. This will be 1, 2, and 3 signatures for me. So with these being the center pages, I am now going to build off of these 3 center pages of how I would like each of the signatures to look. No worries, Miss Nikki. So I have, and again, paperweight does not matter, nor does it matter what order you put them in. It's however you feel. So I am going to put one of the red dragons there, one of them there, and one of them there. So I have my 3 piles. And then I have another one. And then another one. So I'm going to divide my papers up into the different sections. And again, like I said, I'm gonna have 3 piles of paper. Okay, so I have my 3 stacks of papers. I am going to put them in a pile. So I have all 3 stacks. So I did not cut out my black dragons, so I am going to do that now. I am going to do some with just the whites in the middle, and I'm going to do some that are just single 5x7 photos. So I'm going to cut these now. Sorry for the noise outside, y'all. I do have my windows open in the studio today. It is beautiful out. It stopped raining. Okay, so I'm going to use that as a page. I'm going to use this as a page. Main images that we chose on top of the pile. You can. I chose to put mine on the bottom, Miss Wanda, because I know that's going to go to the inside. But you do it however you are going to remember which is which. I put mine to the bottom of the pile. Is this going to be harder if we cut them into 5x7s? No, Miss Wanda, not at all. If you already pre-cut them into 5x7s, that is absolutely okay. I'm going to use some of mine as pages because I like the layered look. And some of them will be regular 5x7s, and I will show you how to attach them either way. Well, hi, Miss Michelle. I was surprised for your birthday. Oh, friends. Oh, that's awesome. Yay. Well, have fun. Have fun and be safe. Yep, you can just use scissors. Yep, Miss Wanda, just use your scissors. That is absolutely fine. Use your scissors. You don't have to have a cutting board. And I'm going to cut this out for a 5x7. Miss Wanda, just use your scissors, baby. But happy birthday. Have fun. You know that it'll be on YouTube, honey. Just ignore the first 15 minutes because I choked on pretzels. So you're all good. You're all good. You got to miss that. Bye, Jeebus. Just fast forward the first 15 minutes, Michelle. Oh my God. But have fun and happy birthday. All right. Okay, that is good for me. Okay. So the ones that I have left the middle in, I'm going to fold those in half. And I'm going to put one in each section. And like I said, not all of these papers are going to fit in the book, y'all. You could try, but not all of them will fit. I promise you. Miss Lori, it's up to you. Like I said, I know for a fact they're not all going to fit. That's why you pick and choose. That's why I gave you guys a good variety of papers. And then I am going to pick images that I'm going to put in as a standalone 5x7. And I'm going to wait on these and see if I'm going to need them. Okay. All right, y'all. The coffee stained paper that I sent you guys, we are not going to use this because the coffee stained paper is meant for the spine of the book on the inside. So the coffee stained paper, along with your inside cover and backside cover, that we are going to stick to the side because the coffee stained paper is going to be our center of our spine. Okay. If you want to use it and use a different thickness of cardstock, have at it. But the coffee stain paper I initially sent to be able to use on the spine. If you want to use the envelope instead to cover the spine, you can do that. Or you can use cicada paper to cover it up. It's whatever you so choose. But coffee stain paper, the envelope, you can use either of those as your center spine to cover up the middle part to sew your signatures onto to then glue down to the book. So you choose what you want to do. The coffee stain paper we're going to fold so that we can put the signatures on. But you can choose if you want to do the envelope because the envelope is big enough, or the coffee stain paper. I'm using the coffee stain paper. Okay. Ugh. Right now I have all of the 8.5 by 11 sheets. I have them equally divided into 3 signatures. So they have all the equal amount of paper. And then I have one glue boogie, one sheet of the 5 by 7s folded in half with the white line down the middle. And then I have one page of just the 8 or 5 by 7. So if you want to add them all, but that's all I cut up. So, so which one are we using the tissue paper? So the tissue paper, the cicada, okay, the cicada paper, this we are going to put in our signatures. So you can rip it in half and then rip it in half again. So then you have 4 sections, or you can just rip it in half and use one section, one half of it in one signature and the other half in another signature. Same thing with the mulberry paper. You can rip it in half, you can rip it in quarters, you can leave it whole. Same thing with the vellum. These are what I call added pages. You are welcome. If there's other papers, sorry, it's auto focusing on YouTube, y'all. You could, if you want to add colored, solid colored cardstock to this, you can. If you wanted to add more coffee paper to it, you can. Stuff that you already have at home, you are welcome to add to it to make it more your own style. And then, like I said, there is also an envelope that you have an option of using as well. So it is really, we don't have a set rule as to what goes where or how you put it together. I just give you the materials, and then everybody has a different style. Me, I like to rip paper. I like to layer things. Not everybody likes to do that. Most people like consistency, and they don't like a bunch. They will use some of these as pockets, use some of them as little tucks, whatever. But you don't have to do what I'm doing. It's whatever that you are feeling yourself. So what I'm going to do is, now that I have my three sections done, I am going to start with one. These other 2 piles, I'm going to crisscross them, and I'm going to stick them to the side, and I'm going to work on one signature at a time. Okay, so for me, I have just an individual page of 5 by 7. So I'm going to stick that here. And then I did one where it was the 5 by 7, but I trimmed all the white off, left the white in the middle. And the rest of them are all the 8.5 by 11 papers. So I know that I want this to be my center of my signature. So I'm going to start with this one as my inside. Okay. So this is my center, and then I'm just going to build off of that. So I am going to look at what pages I have here, folded in half already. And let's see. Okay, so then I'm going to take my next one and put that over. I'm going to have my center, have that. And then I feel like taking my, let's see, I'm going to do, wait, I need a journal. I need another. This one looks good. So I'm actually going to flip it this way. So I have two dragons facing each other. And then I'm going to stick this one down. And another one. And I'm going to do this one. And again, they do not have to be, you can stagger them so that, did someone say how many pages per signature? No, V, we didn't. I can tell you there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 sheets of 8.5 by 11 per pile. There are 9 sheets of paper, 8.5 by 11 per pile. And then you have your 5 by 7s. Oops. Okay, there is my one signature. I did not put anything extra in it. All I did was put my journal pages in. Okay. And then I'm going to do my next section. And again, my 5 by 7, 5 by 7. And then I have my center. And then I'm going to build off of that. And there is my next one. Now I'm going to do the third signature. There's my 5 by 7, my 5 by 7. And this is going to be my center. I will show you, Miss Anita. Okay, does everybody have all of their signatures together? And again, the vellum, I'm like, for me, I'm going to fold it in half. And I'm going to rip mine. And I'm going to use one piece. Oh, where's my 5x7 piece? Hold on. Looking for my 5x7 that's standing alone. There it is. I'm going to put that with this. And then I'm going to take my other half and I'm going to do the other signature. There's my 5x7 standalone. I'm going to put that in here. That is the vellum. That is the see-through clear vellum. All I did was rip mine in half, and I'm going to use this as a page with my standalone 5x7 that I did, that I completely cut out. So I'm just going to stick that in here. Okay. I also have my mulberry paper. This is the paper that has, you can see the marbling in it, and then it's paper thin. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to rip mine in thirds though. I'm going to use one piece of third for each of my books, or each of my signatures. And I am going to randomly place this in here. And randomly place it in here. And another piece in here. Happy Saturday, Miss Lisa. How are you doing, beautiful? Okay, and then I have my cicada paper. And I am going to go ahead and rip my cicada paper in half. And it doesn't have to be perfect, y'all. We're not here to do perfect. And I'm going to rip this in half, and I'm going to put one of these in each of my signatures, so that'll leave me a small piece for later. And again, I am going to randomly place that in my book, and randomly place this in my book. And then randomly place this in there as well. So each pile has a piece of cicada paper. Okay. Thank you for the roses, Miss Lisa. Thank you for the heart, me. Okay, and the envelope, again, whether you use this for the spine or for inside the book, you can do it either way. I'm going to sit mine off to the side. I'm not going to use that. Thank you for the heart, me, Miss Terrio. Yay, we completed the second stage. All right, so is everybody caught up? Everybody has their 3 signatures, how they would like them laid out. Lulu, thank you for the heart, me. You're so sweet. Thank you so much, guys. Just let me know when you guys give me a thumbs up when you guys have your 3 piles all separated. Thank you for the heart, me. Are we going to be folding it? Yes, we will fold it when we go to, before we sew our journal, our packet, our signatures together. We are going to fold it in there before we sew. But yes, I just have it laying in there. Okay, so I like to use layers. So I am taking my cheesecloth. I'm taking my cheesecloth and I am unfolding it so that I have 2 layers, 1 layer here, 1 layer here, and I'm going to cut this in half because I would like to add this as a page as well. Oops. So I can lay one of them on this cover and one of them on that cover because I'm going to put these in as pages as well. Oh, my husband's up back. And to use the brown bubble craft packing paper from Mumu. Yes, no, you'll be fine, Miss Lori. You could definitely use the bubble paper from Mumu's packaging, or you can use craft paper. If there are papers that you want to add to it, by all means, add to it, because you'll know how thick your pages are going to be because our cover is already put together. Why do you cut the cheesecloth? Just into 2. Yep, just into 2. If you wanted to cut it into even more, you can open it up all the way and you can cut it in half again. You can cut it in half again. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be just double layered. It's whatever you feel like doing, baby. So I open that up there. Now I have single sheets for these 2. But yep, it's however you want your book to look. There's no right or wrong way of doing it. Basically, you can add, if you want to add more paper to it, we'll just might have to just take some papers out. That is why I chose 3 weights of paper, so that if you wanted to add stuff to it, it doesn't make it too thick. I gave you a wide variety to choose from. You don't have to include all of the paper. Thank you for the follow. You don't have to include all the paper, but there's plenty of paper there for you to be able to add your own stuff and then take some of this out and use some of these dragons for another book. It's completely up to you. Everybody has a different way of creating art. And that's what this is. This is art. So it's what you want to put in it. All right. So we have our 3 piles. So I'm going to work on the 1 pile. I'm going to take these other 2 piles. I'm going to set these to the side. And I'm going to work on my first signature. Okay. Hi, Miss Shelby. How are you? Okay. So I have that. So I would like to place that right in the very beginning. So I'm going to use this as my second page. And it's okay if it sticks off the bottom. And if you want to trim it off so that it's even, you can trim it off. I like it to hang a little bit. So I have my that. And then I have my cicada paper. Or not cicada paper, my mulberry paper. And I am actually going to fold mine in half. Even though I cut it in thirds, it is art. There's no right or wrong answer. I'm going to put that there. So that'll be my next page. And then there's my 5x7 that is connected in the middle. And then this is my 5x7 that's not connected to anything. I am going to take my vellum. I'm going to turn my vellum sideways. And I am not going to fold it completely in half. I am just going to fold a little lip. And then I'm going to take this and I am going to tuck it here, because then what I will do is I will take my 5x7 and I am going to glue my vellum down just the top and the bottom to create a pocket here for the eye. Okay. So I will go ahead and do that now so my paper doesn't fall out. I'm going to glue this down as a pocket. And again, you do it however you would love. I'm over here following like a scroll girl. I ain't done this before. Oh, Miss Wanda. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, it's what you're feeling. It doesn't have to be exactly what I'm doing. Everybody likes to do things differently. We all create art differently. We have some ladies in here that they may sew their papers with a sewing machine on the outside. It just really, really depends. And if you feel like you're overwhelmed, stop. This is recorded on YouTube. You can come back and watch it later. If you're like, oh, shoot, I really wanted to sew the outside of my papers, then stop now. Come back and watch it on YouTube. That's the whole point of this, so that you can do this at any time at your own pace. A lot of people like to be on live and do it so they can chit chat, or you can sit there and chit chat and you can come back to it later, and finish it at your own pace. And like I said, it'll always be on YouTube. So you won't ever miss anything. I promise you. All right. Same thing with my cicada paper. I'm going to fold my cicada paper in half and I am going to tuck it in here. And again, it doesn't have to be at the top or the bottom. It doesn't have to be in the center. You place it wherever you feel like it. Okay, and that is my first signature. And I'm going to, oops, down. Okay, and that is my first signature. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my bone folder. Hi, Miss Nancy. How are you, sweetheart? Absolutely. You got to be able to, because not everybody crafts the same. You have to be comfortable doing it your way. And that's why they call it art. We don't all create art the same way, and that is okay. But it's whatever you're feeling in your heart. So I'm applying pressure to my spine to make sure that they're laying as flat as possible. Okay. So this will be my first signature. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the spine, the 2.5 by 8.5, the second one that we cut out. Where's mine? I got to cut mine real quick. Hold on. So 2.5 inches. There we go. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my second spine that we cut out. I am going to take my coffee stained paper and I am going to fold my coffee stained paper so that my spine, this is exposed. I'm going to go ahead and glue the outside and a little bit in the middle. And I am going to lay I'm going to lay it where, there we go. I like that. I'm going to leave a little bit of space at the bottom and put it wherever you want on your paper. I'm going to leave a little space on my bottom so that I can wrap this then. And wipe off any excess glue. Okay, so in order for where you place your paper, we're going to fold this over. We are going to leave a half, wait, what is it? A 1 inch gap. Hold on. Oh, please, before we fold it. Because we want it to have some overlap. So how much of it? Before I fold it, where's my ruler? So that everybody is on the same page. You want a 1 inch overlay, okay? 1 inches. So from, if you center the paper, you want 1 inch on each side, and you want no less than a half an inch from this side and this side. So wherever you place it on the paper. So 1 inches, because that will be your overlay. That's what we call our wings that lay on top of our cover and back cover. So I'm going to fold that over. And I am too long on the top, so I'm going to go ahead and lay my ruler down, and I'm just going to rip it off. Okay, so I seen someone iron their coffee paper. You can, yes, you can iron your coffee paper. So I have a half inch on each side. You are absolutely fine, Miss V. So I have a half inch here, I have a half inch here, and I have a half inch up here. So the half inch that I'm folding over, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to glue down this part and glue this down. And then I'm going to glue this side down because this is what we're going to sew our journals to. This is going to be your back side. So the paper is not going to cover the whole entire back. But on the other side, this is what's going to be sticking out right here. This is what's going to be sticking out. And then we have, just so that you can see, here is my front. Here's my front. Here is my back. And this is what is going to be covering the center. So that is what it will look like. Okay. Right there. So this is our front image, my back image, and then this is going to be my center. You need at least a half an inch overlap. Yep, a half inch overlap between your cardboard and your edge. There should be at least I'm sorry, not a half inch, a full inch. It's a full inch overlap. So you have this an inch here from the side of your cardboard to the edge of the paper. It's a full inch. Same thing on this side. There's a full inch on the other side as well. Because this inch is going to come over onto your front cover. Okay. So there's my 2.5 inches. And then I have an inch of paper. I did 1 inch of paper on this side and 1 inch of paper on that side. And I folded it over and I glued it to the back of the chipboard. So I will have a gap here, but this is okay because this is my back. This is my front. I wanted this to stick out. And this is what I will glue then. Once we get our signature sewn in, I will glue this down and then this flap that hangs down and this will get tucked before we glue it to the book. Absolutely. So then we have our front and back and then our center, and we'll go from there. All right. Okay. So that is our center. So we need this Is everybody got this part done? Everybody has this part done? Give me a thumbs up, because now we're going to move to the cover and we're going to wrap our cover. Good. Good. Okay. Now we are going to wrap our cover first. Okay. So for our cover, everybody get your clippies. We're going to need our clippies. Okay, we are only going to work on the top side and the bottom side first, okay? But we need to cut our corners. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our scissors, and let me show you first, okay? That is how I'll show you guys on YouTube in just a second. But TikTok people, this is how you don't want to completely cut it off. You want to leave some on there so that if you bend it over, it's covering the corner. So when we fold this over, we can then, well, when this is folded over, we can then tuck that so that, hold on, because it's not glued down. Let me clip it. Let me show you first what the idea is. Okay, so say that is glued down, all right? Is that I will take, where is my bone folder? Here it is. So that with my bone folder, I can then push that in, and then when I come back over to glue it, there is no white sticking out. And then I would clip that. Okay. Hold on. Let me take the binder clip off so you can see. It's hard to do. Maybe we'll do this side first. Fold that down. It's hard to do it when it's not already glued. Okay, so that would be our corner. All right, so you don't want to take too much off, because if you take too much off, you're not going to be able to fold it over enough. All right, so for that corner, I probably took off just a little bit too much. So the other side, I want to take off a little bit less. So don't do what I do and not leave enough on there. So that was much better. So I can actually tuck that in and fold that over. So that actually works. So I took too much off of that first corner. So don't do what I do. Yes, absolutely, Miss Lily. You are pretty much accurate. So I'm going to cut off my corners. All right. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to do the outside edges first, because that seems to work better. And I'm going to take my glue once all my corners are cut. I'm going to take my glue and I am going to add generously glue to that outside flap, to the 8.5-inch long side, the tall side. And now I'm going to fold that over. I'm going to start in the middle. I am going to press down on my clip, and I am going to clip that down. And you're going to put them close together, okay? It is not going to hurt anything. but you want to make sure you get a good connection with that glue. So I put mine close together. Okay, so I put all mine really close together. All right. Now I'm going to go ahead and do the other side the same way. I'm going to do the outside first. And again, generous with the glue. I'm going to fold it over. And then I'm going to start clipping it. Wanda, you want to leave a good bit of you don't want to take off too much. You definitely want at least a half a centimeter or more of material on the corners, so that way there when you go to wrap it, this is at least a half a centimeter or more to wrap the corners. You want to leave a half a centimeter or more fabric on the corners so that you can wrap the corners very nicely. Okay, I got both sides done. So now I can take this. Everything is glued down. All my binder clips are on. Now we can go ahead and set this to the side and let these dry while we sew one of our signatures. And then after we sew a signature, we'll come back to this. We'll unclip it and we'll do the top and the bottom. Okay? So we can set this to the side. All right. Everybody good? When you're done, give me a thumbs up so I know we can move forward. You're absolutely fine, Miss Lily. No problem, Miss Nance. You just let me know when we're ready to move forward. I'm not going anywhere, ladies. What's going on, Hoffman? How's your weekend so far? I'm sorry that it's not a good day. Girl, it's beautiful here right now. I have my windows open. It did rain for a hot minute and then it stopped. Right now it's really nice outside. I can feel there's a very nice cool breeze blowing through the studio. I love it. But is everything okay? You all right? The baby's all right? Everybody okay? Oh, that sucked. Hopefully they'll pass out early tonight for you. Is everybody caught up to this point? Everybody's got their cover clipped and glued down and ready to go? So we can start working on our signatures? Yeah, girl, I know, right? That's fine, Miss Wanda. It's okay. We are only doing, no problem, Helene. We're only doing the 2 outside edges. I'm going to turn some music on, y'all. I'm going to go take a quick pee break. Will there be paper sale tomorrow? Yes. Yes, we can add to last week's invoices. I apologize. I only got a few of the invoices up. I did not get them all up, but yes, we can add to it so nobody has to worry about losing their deposits. And I have the PET tapes sale that I need to get up there as well. I didn't get those finished. But yes, we can add on to last week's sale. Nobody's going to lose their deposits, so don't anybody panic. I'm done, but I need to glue my pocket for my back to back. No worries. You are absolutely fine, Miss Lil. All right, I'm going to turn some music on, y'all. I'm going to take a quick potty break. You guys, let me put on Pandora. Pandora, and I'm gonna go pee pee real quick. I didn't get my kit for tomorrow, Alice. Lulu, you should be getting them because, well, I'm trying to think when did yours go out? Because the last of the kits went out Thursday, Wednesday and Thursday. The last of the kits went out. So if you don't get it by Monday, and that's why I pushed it until next the thing for cuss words and coffee. I pushed it until the 4th of May. The 4th of May. So that way if somebody doesn't get their kit by Monday, I have enough time to be able to send you another one. So if you don't get it by Monday, when the mail comes, let me know. But the last of them went out on Wednesday, Thursday at the latest. This is hard to do with nails. Girl, that's why I took mine off. That's why I took mine off, Miss Helene. I kid you not. Because remember, I did get my nails done and I had them nice and long. Oh, I was like, no, I can't do that. Now I keep mine short because I'm getting ink underneath the nails and glue and everything else. It was a hot mess. So I took mine off. Nope. I'm like, we're going to go with short. We're going. All right. Krung bin here while I go to the restroom real quick. So let me turn this up so y'all can't hear me. All right. I will be right back. I'm going to take a quick pee break. Y'all finish up your things, and I'm going to go. And if everybody else has to go pee pee now. Go pee pee now. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Woo, woo. All right, ladies. Okay. Ugh. All right. Was that 5/4 of an ounce workshop? What time is that? At Miss Anita. So the workshop that's on 5/4 is strictly for subscribers on my other account. That live on 5/4 is for cuss words and coffee. You thought you'd be because you're quick, girl, because the bathroom is literally like right there. But anyway, the workshop that is being held on 5/4 is for cuss words and coffee, and that is for a subscriber only class. That'll be at 1 p.m. Eastern. I did post it on the subscriber live only. Hi, Miss Toxie. How are you, sweetheart? How's your Saturday? It's at 1 p.m. Eastern on the 4th, Miss Anita. Yay! Miss Anita, did you get your papers yet? Did you get your workshop papers yet? I know some people started getting theirs. Some of them haven't gotten. Thank you, Miss Becky, for the heart me. Some people got their papers already. Some people, they're still coming. So the last of the papers went out on Wednesday, I believe, or Thursday at the latest. I know, right? No, you haven't. Okay, just let me know if you don't get them by Monday. My mail is behind. I still have to get mailboxes from the post. Oh, girl, Miss Wanda. Thank you for the heart, me. But yes, cuss words and coffee. Can you flip the center paper over? Absolutely. There is a 2 centimeter gap. There's a 2 centimeter gap on the back side. There's a 2 centimeter gap on the back side. Miss Cami, yes. Are you subscribed over? If you guys are subscribed to Cuss Words and Coffee, my other account, those paper packs have already gone out. Yay! But like I said, the last of the paper packs went out on Wednesday, if not Thursday at the latest. But I know that they were all shipped. I sent them regular mail. Girl, it costs $3, almost $3 per pack. I did not realize that because they're 8.5 by 11, and the first batch I sent out with stickers on them say "Do not bend or fold," and they had cardboard in the thing. And no problem, no problem. But it's okay. So if we measured anything wrong, it is going to be that big. No, it's not going to be that big of a deal, Miss Wanda. I promise you, it will not be that big of a deal. Everything is fixable. We call them happy mistakes. It all works out. I promise. but there's a 2 centimeter gap between the two sides of paper. So this middle is 2 centimeters wide. And like I said, there is on the top and the bottom, there is 1.5. I have 1.5 centimeters at the top and 1.5 centimeters at the bottom. So here there's 1.5 centimeters, 1.5 centimeters, and then there's a 2 centimeter gap. But Cuss Words and Coffees, their subscriber only live is going to be on the 4th at 1 p.m. Eastern. It's on a Sunday. And it is a Wizard of Oz folio. Don't be sorry for all the questions. You are absolutely fine. Don't feel awful. Everybody is at a different level of learning. And so don't ever be sorry, Miss Wanda, for asking questions or anything else, because all the ladies here know they're all very supportive. They're all very chill. They're very relaxed. Nobody is rushing. We just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page. Can you show your signatures? Absolutely. This is my first signature. I took a piece of cheesecloth. I used that as a page. And I took my mulberry paper. I just took a little piece off and folded that, put it on as a page. And then for my 5x7 with the white in the middle, I just folded it over and used that as a page with the white back. And then my 5x7 photo, I used my vellum. I made a pocket, so that way there I can use this as my pocket for the eye with the white back. And again, I just folded the vellum over and just created a small pocket and glued just the sides. I didn't glue the bottom because it's already folded over in half. And then I added my cicada paper, which again, I folded it, I ripped it up and I folded it in half. And then I have my center. But that's it. So when I go back from here, there's my cicada paper, my other half of my cicada paper. There's my piece of vellum. There's my other half of the 5x7 that has the white down the center. There's my piece of mulberry paper. And there's my cheesecloth. And there's my last piece. That is my one signature. You're fine, Angel Max. Your subscriber thing, I will mail to you, or I will email you. I know I haven't sent it yet, but you will have it in plenty of time because our workshop isn't until the 4th. Thank you, the 4th of May, because to give everybody time to get theirs in the mail. But you will get it, Miss Angel Max. I promise. No, it's not today. This is the Dragon Workshop. This is the Dragon Book Workshop. The Cuss Words and Coffee, that is a completely separate account. That's on my personal page. This today is the Dragon Book Workshop for Sabrina's Window. That's okay. Nope, it's on the 4th. I did a subscriber-only live post for the subscribers for Cuss Words and Coffee. No, you are absolutely fine, sweetheart. I know it gets confusing going between the business account and my personal account, but it's okay. It happens. All right, is everybody ready to go ahead and start doing our signatures, or do we still need more time? You guys just have to let me know where you're at. You're good, Miss Wanda. Miss Lily, are you good? Are you at a good spot? Is everybody else at a good spot? Is it another journal for the subscribers only? Okay, so Miss Tracy, for the Sabrina's Window, this is the account that you're on right now. This is Sabrina's Window. This is a monthly workshop that I hold. And each workshop, it depends on the cost. It depends on the cost of the materials that we're using. This one was $85 because of the cover was $29 a yard. Next month's workshop is a dark circus / carnival. That's one is only $65. And I send you all of your supplies except for your glue, your cutter or scissors, your ruler. I don't send any of that stuff. There is a list on the dark circus / carnival. There is a list of the things that you need to have in order to complete the class. Everything else I send you. And how you find that is it is not a subscriber thing. It is a monthly thing. This is something completely different. For the subscribers of Cuss Words and Coffee, it is a kit that I send you every single month on the 15th. As long as you're an active subscriber, I send you a kit for us to be able to work on. That is a subscriber only thing. And it's not an actual book. Unless you sign up for the $99.99 subscription, then we do a one-on-one class of making a book. You pick the theme and we make a book together, and it is just one-on-one. These are not, no ma'am, these were a one and done. So these are only for our workshop for today. These I will not be selling. I have other dragon papers that I can do, but not these. These are specifically for our workshop. Absolutely. Absolutely, Miss Tracy. Okay, so we're gonna do our signatures. So for our spine, we already know where our center is. It's 2.5 inches. So what we're going to do is my center. I'm going to fold these over so that I can see with my ruler the little flappies. It's not going to hurt anything. I'm going to take my centering ruler. There's my bottom. Okay, so we're going to do one in the center. So I'm going to take where's my pen? Okay, so we are at, here is my center. And then we are going to do, we have 1.25 inches. So we are going to do, what is it? Here, I'll give you the measurements here in just a second. What is it? Half. Is that, hold on, y'all. Because all know that I suck at math. This is why I have my husband. Okay, so 3/4. And then 3/4. Okay, so we have from the outside edge, we have 3/4 inch from the edge. So 3/4 inch from the edge, 3/4 inch from the edge, and in the center, it is exactly 1.5 inches, right? No, not 1.5 inches. It's 1 inch and, hold on, let me read the thing here. 1 inch, and we have 1, 2, 3 big lines. 1, 2, 5/8, right? 1 inch and 3/8. 1 inch and 3/8. So our center is 1 inch and 3/8 is the center. 1 inch and 3/8 is the center. So I'm going to mark over 1 inch and 3/8 all the way up. 1 inch and 3/8. We're just going to do a simple 3 pamphlet stitch. 1 inch and 3/8. And then our second one is one big line past the half. It is a 3/4 of an inch. So 3/4 of an inch. And then 3/4 of an inch. This is the front one, the front pamphlet. 3/4 of an inch. And then our last one is from the center dot. It is again 5/8 from the center dot. It's 5/8 over, 5/8 of an inch over. From our center dot, 5/8 over, and put another dot. There we go. So we have they are measuring across. We are at, okay, so 2 inches. So from the outside edge, from the outside of the ruler, okay, our outside dot is at 2 inches. The middle dot is at 1 3/8 of an inch. And then our inside dot is 3/4 of an inch, right? 5/8 of an inch. Sorry, 5/8 of an inch. 5/8. I got to write this down. 5/8 of an inch. And then 1 and hold on, y'all. Hold on. I'll give it to you in just a second. Don't be confused. This is the spine that we're gluing to the inside. We're gluing or sewing our signatures to this. So let me do the math. Okay, so I'm not confusing everybody. Hold on. So the first, okay, 5/8, and then it is 1 1/4, 1 inch and a quarter, and then the other one is at 2 inches. Okay, so the first dot where we're going to be putting our signatures, it is 5/8 of an inch. Okay, 5/8 of an inch, 1 1/4 inch, and then 2 inches. Okay. So 5/8 of an inch, 1 1/4, and 2 inches. So we're going to do a dot at the bottom, in the middle, and then again at the top. Or you can eyeball it. Absolutely. That's usually what I do. There you go. Miss Jade, the math genius. There you go. Hold on. There you go. 1.25 inches to center and 0.75 inches from the edges. Girls got it down. 2.5 inches is what the spine is. 2.5 inches total is what the spine is. 2.5 inches is the total width of the spine. So Miss Jade said, because I suck at math, y'all. That's why I cut the fabric out first, and so that you guys could see exactly the spacing. But it is 2.5 inch spine. and it's 5/8, 1 1 1/4 inches, and then 2 inches are your dots. Okay, so 5/8, 1 1/4 inches, and 2 inches are where your dots are going to be from the outside edge, because you are folding these flaps that are getting glued to the cover. You're folding those back so that you're getting the true edge to edge of the chipboard. Okay, does that make sense? Does it matter where on the spine we're putting these dots? Yes, because you want to make sure that all 3 signatures are fitting in. But I have it, I eyeballed the center, eyeballed the top, eyeballed the bottom. It doesn't matter. We're just doing a 3 simple pamphlet stitch. I mean, how far? Oh, how far from the bottom? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because I'll show you. Put your dots wherever you want, and I'll show you where to stitch it, because you're not going to see it on the outside. So like mine up here, mine are close to the top. Down here, they're far from the bottom. So it doesn't matter. Just eyeball it. It really doesn't, because you're not going to see the stitches anyway. They're going to be glued onto the back, and that's going to be glued into the book. I'm 5/8, 5/8, 1 1/4 inch, and 2 inches from this side, from the left side. So you're going to go make a dot at 5/8, and then 1 1/4 inch, and then 2 inch. All right, everybody good? Just let me know when we can move on. This is why I have my husband do this. Actually, me personally, I just eyeball it. I already know how thick my signatures are. I usually eyeball. Very rarely do I ever measure unless I'm doing a workshop. I have water, so now I can eat some pretzels. All right. Where is my all? A lot better, Angel Max. A lot better. No, you're fine, Miss Wanda. Girl, that's why I use my husband. He is so much better at math than I am. I just throw shit together, and that's the truth. You can ask anybody on here. I hardly ever measure anything. I just throw it together and it works. I just throw it together and it works. Everybody laughs at me. All right. So I'm going to take my signature. Okay. I'm going to take two binder clips. I'm going to open up to my middle, and I am going to binder clip as close to my center pages as possible so that my center does not move. Just like that. Binder clip the top, binder clip the bottom, as close to the corners as possible. And then what I do, and again, this is me, I look to see where my top and bottom is. So I know this is my top and this is my bottom. I'm going to fold that over. I'm going to start with my center one first. I'm going to make sure my paper is not above or below my spine. Okay. And I see where my dots are. Let me stand up. Everybody got an awl? Okay, or something to stab your pages with. I'm going to take my awl. I'm going to open up my center. I'm going to lay it flat against my papers. I'm going to fold my papers back over. I'm going to look for my thing. So I need to move my awl up a little bit higher where my center dot is. I'm going to lay my papers flat, and I'm going to push that awl through my papers. Okay. Can y'all see that? There's my dot. There's my needle. I pushed it all the way through. But when I open this up, my awl is laying flat against my papers so that I'm getting right into that corner. You good? And then I'm going to do the same thing for the top. I'm going to look for my top. I'm going to lay it flat. I'm going to stab my hole, and I am right where my dot is. I'm going to come down and do the bottom as well. Look for my hole, lay my awl flat. I'm going to push it through, and there's my other hole. Okay. Is everybody good? Everybody got their 3 holes. So then I'm going to take and I'm going to poke my center holes, since I know that mine were right on the dots. And I'm doing my center one first. Okay, I got my 3 holes here. And I got 1, 2, 3 holes on my signatures. So now I'm going to need my thread. You can use dental floss. You can use waxed thread. You can use what's that called? I'm trying to think what color is my center. You can use, this is waxed thread. You can use what's the cross stitch stuff, y'all? Twine. You can use ribbon. You can use anything that you have on hand. So what I do, because I like to make sure that I have enough thread. Let me wind this back up. I like to count. I'm going to take my thread. Okay. I'm going to start at the top of my book. I'm going to pull it down. The holes poked, and we're threading. Yes. We're only doing the center signature embroidery thread. That's what it is. Thank you, Michelle. So I went 1 length of the book, 2. I like to use 3 lengths of the book. And the reason being is because sometimes we make mistakes and we need to make sure there's enough thread there to be able to cover it. Okay. So I go 3 lengths of the book. Some people only do 2. I like to have, because I have fat fingers. I can't tie very well when it's too short of a thread. I rather have much longer thread. So we're going to take our needle. We're going to thread our needle. Everybody likes to use something different. I like a straight needle. Some people like the curved needle. Some people like a fatter needle. Whatever it is that you feel comfortable using, that's the needle you want to use. I use a big-eyed, here I'll show you guys. I use a big-eyed needle with a flat tip. For you guys on YouTube, I use a big hold needle and my tip is flat. It's not sharp. It is actually rounded. Okay. So I use whatever needle you feel comfortable with. We are going to start in the center hole first. We're going to take our needle into the center hole. We're going to lay it down flat, fold our papers, and you're just going to use your finger. It should not require a lot of force to get that through because you're using, sorry guys on YouTube, you're using your needle should go through pretty quick because you're reusing the same holes you just punctured. If it's not going through, it could be one of two things. You're not using the same holes you already pushed through, or you didn't poke a big enough hole. Quick question. I have to run help my mom real quick. All three seem the same. Yes, all three will be sewn the same, Miss Cammie. Yep, you are absolutely fine. So we're going to pull that needle through. And we are going to take and just pull it through until that little thing goes down. Okay, that little tail. Here is our tail in the inside of the book. We're going to pull it out just a little bit so that it reaches the edge of our paper right here. We're going to take it and we're going to put a knot in the end. Okay, put a knot in the end. Now we have a knot. Take another binder clip and we are going to wrap it on the edge of this page. Wrap it around. We're going to take our binder clip and we're going to clip that thread down. Okay, because that will stop us from pulling that thread all the way through, and then we have to start over. See, it moves the binder clip. When we pull on it, it moves the binder clip, but it does not pull our paper all the way through. That's what you want. That's why we put a knot on the end. Okay, so when you pull on it, you are lifting up the page and not pulling the string all the way through. All right. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to take our needle. We're going to go through our center hole that we made, and we're going to stick it through that. We're going to come out the other side and pull it through. Okay, this will be loose. Okay, everybody on the same page? Hi, Samantha B. Are we doubling up the string for threading or is it a single string? It's just a single thread. It's a single thread. It's just a single thread, my love. Everybody has it through their center hole on this and their signature. How are you doing, beautiful? So once you get through the center hole, okay, we're going to take our thread. We're going to go up into the top hole, okay, and we're going to go through that top hole, and we're going to come out this side. So we're going to pull that through. So you can see the string here and here, and here's the back side. Our string went up. Okay, this will be facing towards the thing. Happy Saturday. How are you doing, Miss Val? We're going to take our needle. We're going to find our top hole. We're going to squish this together, and this should go into that top hole very easily. Okay. See how easily that went in? I open up my center and look, there's my needle. There's my needle. I'm going to pull that through. So I'm going to pull this through so that this is more taut. Okay. So that I have my string through. All right. Everybody good? Yay, Miss Val. I'm excited. And then once we come through our top signature hole, we're going to go all the way down here to our bottom signature hole. We're going to lay our needle flat on the page, fold our papers over, and we are just going to very gently push it through till we come out the other side. You see that? So it shouldn't take any effort whatsoever. And then we're going to pull that through. Okay, get our tail. And then we're going to go into our bottom center hole. Okay. So our bottom center hole, we're going to go in and come out the back. Now we're going to pull it a little bit tighter so that it tightens that part up. See how it tightened up? Okay. Now we're going to take our needle. We're going to go back into that center hole. We're going to go back into that center hole, but we're going to try not to catch the previous thread that's already there. So we're going to go back into our center hole and come out this side. Okay. Pull it up a little bit. And then we're going to go into our center spine, the hole in the center, and push it back through to the inside of the journal. So do you see that? We're coming through that center hole again. So there is our needle here in the middle of the book. We're going to pull that out. Now we can take off our thread, put our needle to the side, unpaper clip our string that's around the page, take our 2 strings, and we are going to take one to the top, one to the bottom, hold them in your hand, and we are going to pull up on one and pull down on the other. That is going to tighten up our papers against that spine. There's the back of our spine. See how nice and taut that is? How nice and taut? And what we're going to do is we're going to make sure this center string, okay, we want one ear of this thread on each side. So I need to lift this string up, put one of the strings over there, and again, I'm going to make it nice and taut. So I'm going to take one string, pull it to the one end, the other string, pull up and down, and I'm going to pull that nice and tight. Don't overly tighten them, because if you go too tight, you're going to rip your hole in the center. And then what I'm going to do is, since I have an ear on each side of that middle thread, okay, and I tightened it, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make a knot. And I'm going to tie it once, tight it down, pull it, tie it one more time. One more time. Make sure that's nice and tight, okay? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the one ear, I'm going to lift up that center string. I'm going to just take it and scoop up that ear so that I have a loop on this side and a tail on this side. And then I'm going to put my fingers in that loop. I'm going to pull the tail off to the other side and see how I have that loop, how it makes a knot. And then I'm going to pull that and then pull it to the knot itself. So that created a second knot. I'm going to do the same thing on this side. Pull that ear through so that I have a loop on this side and a tail on this side. and I'm going to take that loop. I'm going to put my fingers through. I'm going to grab that other ear, and I'm going to pull it through to the center of that loop. And then I'm going to pull it tight and then keep pulling it until it works to that center knot. Okay, so now you know that is not going to go anywhere. That is tied tight. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut my ears. I'm going to cut them short. You don't have to cut them super short. And then this is garbage. So then there is my one signature. I have my knot here. I have two little tabs, two little ears. And now I can take my binder clips off. Okay, that is one signature. I am going to varnish this with my bone folder. Where is it? Here it is. I'm going to push this down, take my bone folder, and I'm going to varnish the edge where I just sewed so that all my papers get used to laying down. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to put all the papers to the front, have my cardboard laying down, and do the same thing to the back. Okay, and now there's my middle, nice and tight, and my first signature is in. You can see it's not sticking above. I folded that paper over, so it's not sticking above and below. The cheesecloth doesn't matter, but I folded that over. You can see I'm right on the edge with my paper there as well. No, it doesn't matter. You can put it in either hole, Lily. It all works the same way. It all works the same way. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do my other signature. I'm going to poke my holes in for my front one, right where I made my dots. Okay. Now I'm going to get my next signature. Where did I put them? Here they are. Oh, you know what? We've sewn this in. We're going to finish gluing down our cover. Wait, how did you get the tie done? I finally got it through the third hole. Okay. So, you mean tied it off? So what I did was I took one ear of the hole because I came back up through the center. I pulled it towards the top, and the other ear, I pulled it toward the bottom so that I made it nice and tight. I did a double knot, and then my ears, okay, I tucked it up one underneath the middle thread, pulled it out the other side. So I had a loop on one side and the end of the thread on the other. And then I took my fingers through that hole, pulled it through, and made another knot. One at the top so that they slid together. Sorry, y'all. It's just making sure. You could also use glue. It's only to make sure that your knot doesn't slip. Okay? But that's it. There you go. I have to look, Angel Max, because I don't know off the top of my head. Everybody good? Are you okay, Miss Wanda? You're good to go? Like I said, a double knot works fine. And all you have to do is put a little dab of glue on your knot and rub your finger over it only to make sure that your knot doesn't slip. That's it. Okay, perfect. All right. So we're going to put this off to the side. We are going to finish. We're going to glue. We're going to take off the binder clips of our cover, and we're going to glue the other edges. Okay. Okay. We got our cover. We can take off our binder clips. Okay, these are dry. They are not pulling up. They are good to go. So for our books, whoops. All right, so where our separation is for our book, what we can just glue it over. This will all be okay, but I like to cut a little diamond out of, you want to make sure that it doesn't go too far, a little diamond here where our two center pieces meet. Okay, just a little diamond. You don't want to get too close because when you fold it over, when you fold it over, you don't want a big chunk of material in there when you're closing and opening your book. So that's why I like to cut a small V in each of the joints. And again, it doesn't have to be huge. And you're not going all the way to the thing. Hold on. Do you see what I'm saying? You just want to cut small little V's so you're not getting a shit ton of material in those creases. Okay, you're going to do that on both sides. All right. Now we are going to glue. How did you get the tie done? I finally, oh, sorry, got it through the third hole. Okay, never mind. That was an old message. Sorry, y'all. All right. So now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to glue the bottom side all the way across. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take my bone folder or an edge of scissors or a embossing tool. You are going to fold over that corner to try to create as nice and neat of a corner as you possibly can. And then I'm going to clip it. Okay. I'll show you here on the other side. Let me clip this down. And I will show you on the other corner so you can see it again. Because we're doing all four sides, all the other two sides. I'm going to clip this all down. Okay, let me show you on this side. So I'm going to take my tool. I'm going to push this corner because you can see where the cardboard is. I'm going to push that corner in. And then I'm going to fold it over. Oops. Corners are a pain in the rear end. There we go. For those of you on YouTube. So I'm, again, I'm going to take my tool. I'm going to push that corner down, tuck it, and then wrap it. So then there's our corner. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and binder clip that down. Sorry, I got glue in my fingers. And I'm going to go ahead and finish wrapping this. Absolutely, Miss Lily. Give me 1 second. I'll show you. Okay, so I'm gonna do TikTok first. I'm not gonna glue it. I'm just gonna show you. So I'm gonna take anything with a point. I'm gonna push this in, just like that. Push this in and down towards the cardboard, and then I'm gonna fold this over and tuck it over. So then there's my corner, just like that. So again, I'm going to take this, I'm going to tuck it down towards the cardboard. I'm going to use my other finger and I'm going to roll it over. And then there's my corner. Okay. So sorry guys. So for everybody on YouTube, okay, I have my corner. I'm going to take up something pointed. I'm going to push this corner down. Okay. And then I'm going to use my other finger, push that down and roll your edge over just like that. Okay, can you all see that? So again, you have your corner. I'm going to roll this in towards the cardboard. I'm going to use my other finger. I'm going to push this in and then roll it over. Sorry for the fuzz. And then there's my corner. Okay. All right. Okay, so everybody got the corners? Everybody's good with the corners. If not, I'll show you again. But is everybody okay with the corners? It's going good, Miss Michelle. Does anybody need to see how to wrap the corners again, or are you guys okay? Coffee time. All right, we're going to go ahead and glue the other side. Oh, yeah, I hate driving in Chicago. Girl, I used to live there. I never drove in the city. I always took public transportation. Ah! For that reason, because they're crazy drivers. Okay, roll that over. And then I am going to binder clip it down. Yes, Miss Amber, welcome, welcome. I was sick for 2 days. I had food poisoning, girl. All right. Okay, let me wrap my corner. Where's my little, there it is. So again, I'm going to push in that corner. Wrap it around. And I'm going to binder clip that corner. Trying, not returning, sorry. What's the matter, Miss Wanda? When you are returning the signatures, did you have 2 strings that went through the center or just one? 2. 2. I will show you. If you're behind with the cover, don't worry about it. You can come back and watch the YouTube so that you can see how to finish the cover. Because we're going to take a break here in a minute so you can go back and try to watch it. But I will show you, we're going to do, if you got this part done, great. When I do the second signature, Miss Wanda, you'll be able to catch up. Because I'll do it very slowly and I'll do it close to the camera so that you can see it, okay? So you will be able to catch up so you won't fall behind. I promise, okay? All right, so this is all. So does everybody have their top and bottom clipped down and glued? Absolutely, Miss Wanda. Everybody's got their top and bottom glued down and clipped together. Don't be sorry, Miss Wanda. I promise you. No, don't. Everybody knows that's why we have these classes. It is absolutely okay. I promise you. All right. Well, Miss Lily, as soon as you get yours clipped down and glued, let me know. Give me a thumbs up so that I can then start moving on to the next signature. That's just give me a thumbs up. When everybody's got their edges glued and they're all clipped, we'll move on to the signatures. Okay, so take your time. I'm going to put this on the floor. But we're not going anywhere. We give everybody time. Not everybody is in a hurry. I promise you. We all enjoy this. We do this every month. And sometimes we have newbies, and that is absolutely okay. Everybody understands that. People who have a lot going on and they can't spend a whole lot of time in here, they come back and watch the YouTube later. And so I promise you, Miss Wanda, there is such a thing as fast forwarding. Same thing with Miss Lily. Don't ever worry that you're holding somebody else behind because everybody has been very, very patient with allowing everybody to have enough time. Thank you, Miss Venus. I try. I know that there are people who are much more, further along in the process. They jumped ahead, and that's perfectly fine. They can do that because they've done this before with me, and I don't have a problem with it. Because once they get the signatures down, you're like zooming through it before you know it. You're done. Thank you, Miss Wanda. Everybody knows. I promise you, nobody's upset. And if they are, they don't have to take the class. This is why I love this. I love doing this because I'm teaching newbies and, we get to spend time together. The people that have been doing this for a while, we get to spend our Saturday together. That's what this whole process is. And we get to meet new people. So I promise you, nobody is upset. And nobody, if you answer a bunch or ask a bunch of questions, nobody's going to harass you, because I'm sure there are people in the room that are afraid to ask the same question that you are because they don't want to hold somebody up. That is not the case here. That is not the case here. We do this because we love to do this, and we give everybody an opportunity to be able to learn the same thing. So it is all good. I promise you. Nobody will ever be upset. That is for sure. Yes, we all had to start somewhere. We all had to start somewhere. Even Michelle H, she's like, we all started from scratch too. So it happens. It absolutely happens. That's why next month's class, I'm going to do separate tutorials for the flip out pages and stuff, because it'll be much easier on everybody to go back and do it at your own pace. Absolutely, Miss Wanda. Absolutely. Miss Lori said she hasn't sewn her signature, so no worries. Take your time. Venus, yes, my first ever journal, girl, within a year it fell apart because I used the wrong glue. So believe me, I've been there. And Miss Craft, she just said that she just finished last month's workshop last week. So everybody goes at their own pace. I love that. I love that about these classes. We always go by the slowest person's pace. It is not a big deal. I'm still picking out my color binding thread. It's all good, Miss Lori. It's all good. Mine too. And how I cut the papers. Oh, it looks bad. You know what? We should do one of those. We should do a video showing our very first ever journal books. Can we purchase past workshops? Yes, Michelle, that I will have past workshop papers except the dragon. We had not last month's was the Black Dahlia. I will have those available we did an 11 by 17 paper. I will have that available in the 8.5 by 11. That will be available by the first of the month to be able to buy the kit as the 8.5 by 11 paper. But yes, they will be available starting the first of the month. Past workshops except the dragon. The dragon was a one and done, and I specifically got it the okay to be able to use it just for the workshop. And I can do other dragon paper, just not the dragon paper we did on this one. Speaking of needed to purchase the no sew kit, please. Absolutely, Miss Jade. Yeah, pop me a text. I will definitely put that on there for you. Heck yeah, girl. I have January's, February's, March books. I will be able to do the papers for. Hi, Miss Betty. Thank you for the share. I appreciate that. All right. How's everybody doing? Is everybody good? Good afternoon, Miss Sherry. All right, let me tighten my thing. I got it, Miss Jade. Thank you. Yay, thank you for the team heart. Okay, Miss Helene is ready for the second signature. Anybody else ready for the second signature? There's still a couple of people. I'm caught up. Yay, Miss Wanda got caught up. Woo woo. Thank you, Miss Angel Max, for the heart me. Absolutely. Angel, Jade, was that you that sent me the second text? Okay, is that for the circus thing? I just want to make sure because I will be re-showing circus paper and stuff tomorrow. Okay, perfect. Yeah, and I apologize. I didn't get a chance to send it to you. It's been a crazy week. It's been a crazy week. Everybody's like, where in God's name have you been? And I'm like, well, between this account, my other account, being a manager, trying to run the business, it was I will send you a text. I will send you a picture of the things because I didn't finish all of the invoices yet. So I will actually send you a picture of those that we already showed. But I will be showing I was showing re-showing again tomorrow. All right, everybody's at a good place. Everybody's caught up. Everybody's ready to do the next signature. I know Miss Wanda, she's all caught up. Miss Lori, are you okay, my love? Everybody else at a good spot, we can move forward. I'm good. Spend some time. You go, girl. You go. Whoop, whoop. All right. Let me grab. Here is this. Here is my next signature. Okay, we're going to put our papers together. Hold on 1 second. All right. Yay! Okay, so we have that. We're going to set that up here. We're going to work on our next section. I have, there we go. I want to add my cheesecloth again as my second page. So I'm going to, let me move this to the side. I am going to lay my cheesecloth as my second page. I'm going to do it this way this time so it's not sticking above. There's my next page. Okay. There's my short page. So what I'm going to do again, I am actually going to fold this over. And I'm going to create a pocket just like I did on my other one. I am just going to put that in here. I am going to glue down. I'm going to move it towards the bottom, just like that. And I am going to create a pocket here. So I'm going to glue my vellum here and here. I'm going to push that over on my paper. There we go. So now I have a pocket there. And then the other half of the vellum, I'm going to stick through my signature. There we go. So there's my pocket. Oops, I got to put that down a little bit lower because it sticks above my other pages. So I got to pull it down. There we go. So it's not all the way at the top. There we go. Okay. And then there's my cicada paper. I'm actually going to fold my cicada paper in half this way. And I'm going to put that at the bottom of my signature. Just like that. There's my cicada paper. The other paper was called mulberry paper. Sorry about that. I'm actually going to put that up top. And fold it around. So I have one half on one side and the other half on the other side. Okay. And then there's my 5x7 with the white in the middle. And then there is my signature, my center. Okay. So I'm going to close this all up. Make sure everything is lined up. Okay. Everything's nice and tight. I'm going to take 2 binder clips. And I'm going to go to the center. I'm going to put my binder clip at the top, closest to the corners of the inside of the paper. Take my other one, do the same thing, push all those corners together as close to them as possible. And there, I can bend it over. Let me stand up so I can see. I've already poked my holes in that first signature. I'm going to take this, I'm going to line it up. So I'm going to fold over these papers so I can see that I'm not too far above and not too far below. And I'm going to sit them down. I'm going to open up I'm going to take my awl. Now I'm going to poke my hole in the center first. Okay, I'm going to eyeball right about there. I'm going to lay the awl flat against the page. And then I'm going to push it through. There's my hole. So that's lined up. I'm going to go to the top. Again, push my awl through. Go to the bottom. Push my hole through. Ugh, there we go. Okay. So my holes are poked. I have green in the center, so I'm going to change my thread color. I'm going to go from the light green, and I'm going to go to a dark green. So it matches my dragons. Okay, and I'm going to go 3 times the length of my signature. So there's 1, there's 2, and there is 3. And I'm going to cut that off. And then I'm going to tie a knot on one end. I'm going to binder clip my knot to the edge of the page. So that my thread doesn't slip through. So when I pull on it, it makes the page move. Excuse me. And so it doesn't pull it all the way through. Okay. Take my other end, grab my needle. I'm going to go ahead and thread my needle. Okay. Thread my needle. I'm going to go through my center hole. I'm going to lay my needle down and I'm going to come out the center hole. Okay. I'm going to pull that through, making sure that your string doesn't get caught on one of the binder clips because it'll make it harder. I'm going to go through the center hole, out the other side. I'm going to pull it through. I'm going to go into that top hole, into the top hole, come out the top, pull it through. I'm going to find my top hole, and I'm going to take my needle, and it should only take very little effort to push that needle through. Okay. Come into my center. There's my needle. I'm going to pull this out. Okay. Then I'm going to take my needle. I'm going to go all the way to the bottom hole. I'm going to take my needle, push it through so that it comes out the other side. Pull that out. Go into the bottom hole on the bottom of the spine and come out the other side. Okay. And then I'm going to pull it tight a little bit. Then I'm going to take my needle again. I'm going to go back into that center hole where I first came through. I'm going to go in there. I'm going to come out. Make my tail shorter. And then I'm going to go in through that center hole again into the middle of my journal. There's my needle. So then I'm going to pull that out. I'm going to take the needle off. Okay. Okay. What did I clip? Are you going to going through both holes on the spine or just one? Miss Wanda, did you catch it or do you need me to start over? I can start over because I have not tied anything yet. Thank you for the roses. Do you want me to start over, Miss Wanda, and show you again? Because I have not tied anything, so I can show you again. I can take it apart and show you again. It's not hard. Is each shingler going through? Yes, the separate holes. Yeah, so remember we did 3 holes on 3 holes. So can you see? So we have holes here. This is for the one. This is for the front signature. This is for the middle signature, and then I'll poke holes for the back signature. But yes, absolutely, absolutely. Let me pull it through. Okay, so we tied a knot. We tied a knot in the end of that thread so that it doesn't pull through. We are going to take that knot. We're going to put it on the edge of that paper, and we are going to binder clip it so that it doesn't slip. Okay, so that when we pull on the string, it lifts the page and it doesn't pull the string through, so that we know that it is going to hold, because we don't want to pull it all the way through. You good with that? So you're just going to binder clip the knot onto the page so that it's sturdy, so that it doesn't pull it all the way through when we go to sew it. Okay. Okay. Now we are going to thread our needle. We're going to thread our needle. And leave a small tail. All right. So now the other end is attached to that binder clip. We are going to start with the center hole. Find your center hole in your signature. Okay, find your center hole. You're going to put your needle down. You're going to fold your papers, and you're going to come out that center hole. Let me get a drink. Sorry. Okay. So once you come out that center hole, we have our first holes for our spine here on the chipboard. We're going to take that needle. Oops, I almost unthreaded mine. We're going to pull that through, making sure that it doesn't get caught on the binder clip. Pull that through. So this is taut. We're going to take that needle. We are going to go into the center hole on the spine, and we're going to come out the back. Just like that. So our thing is going to be loose. All right. Are you good? So this is all attached in the middle. Okay. We're going to take our needle then. We're going to go into that top hole. Go into the top hole. We're going to come out here. We're going to pull that through. Okay. We're going to find our top hole in our signature where we punctured, and we're going to put our needle into that hole and push it through, and it should pop up into that middle of that signature right there. And we're going to pull that through. So there's our other hole. See that? So we are attached by 2 strings. Okay. So this will move because we're not tied off yet. Good, Miss Wanda? Okay. So then we're gonna take our string, our needle, we're gonna find that bottom hole that we punctured. We're gonna fold our papers over and pull our needle through, push our needle through. That our ear, I call this an ear, our tail of our string is through that hole. And then we have our bottom hole here on the signature, on the spine. We're going to push it in through that bottom hole and come out. And we're going to pull it. So now we have 3 strings holding our signature. Top, middle, bottom. Okay? Just like that. Then what we're going to do is the where we came out, that middle hole, we're going to go into that middle hole. Go into the middle hole and see where our needle comes out, that middle hole. So we're going to pull that through, again, making our tail shorter. And as you can see, there's my middle hole for my signatures. I'm going to push it back through that middle hole into the middle of our signature. There's my needle. And then we're going to pull it out. And we're going to take our needle off and then put our needle in a safe space, safe place. Now, before you tie it off, make sure your dragons are upright. Make sure they're all upright. So they're all going the same direction. So I'm going to unclip my knot. I'm going to take one ear and the other ear, or the tail, and I'm going to pull one towards the top and one towards the bottom to make it nice and snug. So then what happens when I do that, it pulls it tight against that. Do you see that? It pulls it tight up against the center spine. Okay. And then what I do is I make sure that I have an ear on each side of the string, so that when I tie my knot, I'm tying the center string in with the knot. So I'm tightening that up. I'm going to tie it twice, just like you would a shoe. 1 and then 2. And there's our knot. Now, at this point, you don't have to tie anymore. Truth be told, I do extra, but you don't have to. Cut that off so you leave little ears, okay? Throw that extra string away. I take a little dab of glue, just a little tiny dab, put it on that knot, just like that. And then I rub that glue and I tap it with my finger to rub it into the knot. And that's it. That's all you have to do. And take off your binder clips. And that is our first signature. So now I'm going to, again, varnish the back between the 2 signatures to make sure my papers lay flat then. Open it all up. I'm going to do the same thing. And now we're going to do the last signature, which is our last dots in the back. I am going to go ahead and poke my holes in those in those last 3 holes. Because I already made the dots when we first started this. So there's my last 3 holes. There's here, here, and here. And then we're going to put together our last signature. Again, making sure my dragons are all facing the same way. Okay, they're facing the same way. I'm going to set that to the side. Now I'm going to prepare my last signature. So this is my cover. I'm going to do like I did on the other one. I am going to go ahead and put cheesecloth down as my second page. And this time I want my cheesecloth sticking up off the page and down. And then I'm going to stick my papers back in there. And go through. I need to fold my mulberry paper over. And again, doesn't matter the direction. And it doesn't matter if you put it at the top or the bottom. I'm going to fold that there. And again, you guys can add paper to it. You can take paper out. It is completely up to you. This is your journal. There is no right or wrong answer. There's my 5x7 that has joined by the white in the middle. And there's my end. So I'm going to fold all my papers back up, tap everything down, make sure it's all lined up so that I don't have papers. The only thing that should be sticking up is the cheesecloth. All the papers should be even top and bottom. Hi, Miss Jenny. Hi, Killer Bee. Welcome in, guys. Okay, so my dragons are facing the correct side up. Make sure, yep. Okay. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my pages, make sure that's lined up on the top and the bottom, fold this back over. Make sure that I'm lined up. And then I am going to binder clip as close to that corner as possible. Same thing with the other side. I'm going to binder clip the bottom so that my corners are tight together. Okay. And then I'm going to line up my pages from the top and the bottom. I'm going to grab my awl, and then I am going to line up my awl to the hole by looking on either side. Okay. I'm going to lay my awl flat on the paper, bend my paper over, and then push the awl through. See how the awl lines up with my hole? And then I'm just going to pull it back out. I'm going to go to the top. I'm going to do the same thing. Find where it lines up. Push it through. There's my awl. There's my hole. I'm going to go to the bottom. I'm going to do the same thing. Oops. There we go. Okay. Now we have our holes. Did you not want the paper page you set aside? No, I'm not going to put it in. I'll add it later. I'm going to use it as a pocket. I'm going to use it as a pocket on one of the journaling pages. Okay, so I need to pick thread. So this is black. So I know that I don't have any black thread. So I'm going to go ahead and use the green again. So I don't know where I set the black, but that's okay. So here's 1, 2, 3 lengths of the pages. Thank you for that, though. I appreciate that, Dee Dee. Dee Dee tried to save me. I set one of the 5x7 papers to the side. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tie a knot in the end of the thread, and then I'm going to take my binder clip. I'm going to clip the knot down to the page so that it doesn't slip, so I can lift the page up without pulling the knot through. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and thread my needle. Make sure I'm not caught in any of the binder clips. Again, I'm going to start in the center hole again. I'm going to lay my needle down against the paper and I am going to push it through to the center so that it comes out the middle. Okay. Oops, I got my scissors caught in there. And then again, I am going to go into the center hole. Into the center hole. Oops, fell out. Into the center hole and through there. Okay. And then I'm going to pull it tight, but it's still loose. It's still loose. I'm going to go into the top through, and I'm going to flip this over. There's my thread and my needle, and I'm going to pull that through. Okay. Yay! All right. And then I'm going to find my hole at the top of my signature, and I'm going to go ahead and feed that through. And again, it shouldn't take much effort. And there's my needle in my center. I'm going to pull my needle through. And look, there's my 2 strings. There's my top. There's my middle. Now I need to go to the bottom. So I'm going to take my needle and thread. I'm going to go find that bottom hole right there. I'm going to push it through. Now I'm in my bottom. Now I'm going through the bottom. I'm going to pull that through, making sure that my thread doesn't get caught on any of those binder clips. And then I'm going to take my needle and thread. I'm going to go into the bottom hole. Okay. So into the bottom hole, out the other side. And there I go. Then I'm going to take my needle again. I'm going to go into that center. Okay. Into the center. I came out the other side right there. See my 3 strings, got my tail. I'm going to go back into the center where my middle, where we went through the first time. Go back in through the center, push it through. So I'm into the middle. Okay. I'm going to pull that up and make sure that I have 1 ear on each side of the thread. So I'm going to thread that needle over so that this middle thread is on each side of my 2 tails. Okay. Everybody with me? Everybody good? Is everybody at a good place? I just want to make sure before I tie off my knot. Perfect. Okay. So I have both of my ears. Again, this middle string is between my 2 ears. Take one, pull it towards the top, the other one towards the bottom, and I'm going to tighten that up. Then I'm going to tie it twice. See, everything's nice and tight. My book is against the paper. Tie it once. Tie it twice. I can cut off my ears. Put a dab of glue on it so it doesn't slip. Dab it. Work it into the knot. And there you go. Take your thread, throw it away. Take off my binder clips. And then what I have is 3 signatures sewn into my paper. See? There's each one of my signatures. Okay. That is it. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to varnish. So I'm going to push down. Same thing. So there's 1 section. There is 2, and there is my 3rd. Okay. Yay! But that is it. There's our 3 signatures. It's a lot of paper. Okay, so everybody good? Everybody's caught up? Everybody's at the same place? I just want to make sure everybody's at the same place before we move on. G said we should burn the edges of the pages. Ooh, yes, I thought about that. Tell G that we can do that after the live, but then I want to see posted pictures. But yes, I think we should burn the edges of the paper. Burn the edges. We can definitely do that. But not on the live. But I will do mine. Tell her if she does hers, I'll do mine. I have a lighter out right now. There you go. See that? Jade's already burning her edges. I love that. No smoke alarm. Nope. I actually have to change the battery of mine. That is a brilliant idea. In the bathroom. I'd end up setting the whole thing on fire. That's okay. That's why you keep a wet paper towel next to you when you do it. Wet paper towel, baby. You're not going to ruin anything, I promise you. You're just going to add character to it. Definitely add character to it. Okay, so now that we got all of our signatures, Miss Dusty, this kit unfortunately won't be able to be repurchased, but my previous kits will be starting the 1st of the month. This dragon paper was a one and done just specifically for this workshop. Whoever said that, I'm right there with you. I end up burning the whole book. Miss Wanda said she'd end up burning the whole book too. But anyway, so there is our signatures are in. So now we are going to glue our spine into the book itself. But we got to put our cover on and our back cover. So now that this is done, we're going to set this to the side and we're going to put the front cover and back cover on our book. Okay, let me set this to the side and let's grab our cover. Okay, now we can remove all the binder clips. So remove all your binder clips from your cover. That one slipped on me a little bit. Not a biggie. I just pushed it back down. Okay, so there's our cover. There's our book cover. Yay! Okay, everybody chose their own book cover. So there was red and black, there was tan and brown, and there was white and black. I love all the covers. I'm going to be honest with you. So here's our cover. So we have our back paper that is covering up the front, and then we have our paper that's covering up the front and the back. So what we need to do is, before we get started, we need to see how much overhang we have, because we don't want this paper being too long for the outside edges. So me personally, for me, this is perfect. Like especially with now that we wrapped it on, there's just a smidge of an edge all the way around. It's not a lot, but it's just enough that it'll cover that corner up, because this corner I didn't quite get perfect. So I'm going to go ahead, and if you want to cut a little bit off the top and a little bit, just a shaving off the top or off the bottom, go ahead and do that now. If not, and you dry fit it and it's good enough for you, then go ahead and glue it down. If you, before you glue it down though, if you think your book is going to be fat, now is the time to grab your where is it? Your cloth. You can use this as a closure. Okay? If you think your book is going to be too fat, I sent you enough material. This is like 2 yards of 2-inch material. You can cut this in half. Okay. And you could take your material, put a dab of glue down on the journal cover, on the inside here, on the brown, on the chipboard. Why is my thing clogged? Hold on, y'all. My glue is clogged. There we go. Okay. I could throw some glue down here. Okay. I'm going to take my material. I'm going to find the center, and I'm going to go ahead and lay that down and push down. Okay. Now I can go ahead and I can glue down my cover. So I'm going to go ahead and put glue around the outside edge first to get as close to that edge as I can. And then go ahead and slather some in the middle. Okay. Flip it over. And I'm going to lay it down. So my cloth is coming out from between the front cover and the inside cover. And I'm going to go ahead and press that down. Get all the extra glue off now before it dries. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a binder clip to make sure that this stays put. I'm going to binder clip this down to make sure my paper doesn't move while I'm working on the other side. And I'm going to do the corners to make sure that doesn't move. And I'm going to do the inside edge so that doesn't move as well. There we go. All right, so that is all down. I'm going to put one in the middle just to be on the safe side, and one on the other side in the middle, and one in the middle here. There we go. Just to make sure that, that everything stays down. Because like I said, this glue takes forever to dry with this material. So I just want to make sure my edges stay down. That's all. Okay. Here we go. All right. So then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead to the back side. I cut my muslin in half, even though I know that it's not going to take the whole entire thing, but I ripped it in half. So I have 2 halves. Because we can trim it once we get our book done, we can trim it and then use the rest of the muslin to decorate the inside of the book. Or to add the 5x7 papers, which I will also show you how to do. Okay, now I'm going to take my back side. Again, I'm going to put a dab of glue about the center. And I am, just to make sure, I'm going to take my material and I'm going to eyeball it from the front to the back to make sure that I got it in about the same place. Perfect. I'm going to smush that down, get that glue in there. Okay. And then I'm going to take my back piece. Okay, my back piece, I'm going to take that and I am going to go ahead and glue all around the outside. And then go ahead and glue the middle. I'm going to flip it over. And I'm going to make sure I'm even from the top and bottom and the outside edge. And I'm going to push that down, get any excess glue off. That's why I like the 3-in-1 and I like the Fabri-Tac, because while it's still wet, you can wipe it off and it doesn't hurt the paper. Okay, now I'm going to take my binder clips. I'm going to clip my corners to make sure my corners stay down. Okay, and then I'm going to binder clip my fabric to make sure that my fabric stays down. Okay, and then my other ends, make sure that they stay down. And I can go along the middle to make sure everything stays down and it doesn't move. Because like I said, this glue does take a little bit longer to dry with this material. All right, there we go. Yay! How's everybody doing? Everybody doing good? Get the excess glue off my fingers. How's everybody doing? Everybody good? Everybody good? Hello, Mr. Stomper or Mrs. Stomper. That's a cute name, by the way. Hi, Miss Lisa. Is everybody in a good place? Can I see your previous comment? Can we glue the signatures in first if it will cover up some of our picture? Oh, yes, Miss Lori. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely you can. So what Miss Lori's asking is, can she glue in her signatures first? Because the covers that she chose the brown paper would have, the coffee stained paper would have covered up some of her picture, and she didn't want to do that. So yes, you can actually glue in your you could glue in your signatures first and then put these in. Absolutely, yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Hi, Ari. Nope, you are absolutely fine, my love. That's the reason why I did it this way, is because my dragon's face is out. But yes, you can glue in the signatures first and then glue in your cover and back. That you can completely do that, or you could do it the other way. It doesn't matter. Either way, it's whatever you chose to do. There's no right or wrong answer. I promise you. No right or wrong answer. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and glue in, and for those of you that did it the opposite way, where you can lift up those papers and put this down first. But like I said, that's why I chose these pictures, because I'm not covering up my dragon, and the back side is scales. So it's absolutely fine. You could do it either way. I'm going to remove these two paper clips on the outside. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold over that excess paper, and I'm going to glue just the chipboard first. So I'm going to glue the chipboard. Okay. And then I am going to roll over. Actually, you know what? I'm going to rip that part off. Never mind. I'm going to rip it off. You can roll it over, put the glue on that bottom lip, and fold it over. That's what I'll do. I'll just fold it over, put glue on that bottom lip, and fold it over. Okay, I'm going to add some more glue to the top of that paper so that it all sticks. There we go. All right, let me stand up. Let me get the excess glue off my fingertips. Okay, I'm going to fold these over so I can see where my spine is. And then I am going to lay my spine down and move it over so that I am in the center on both sides. Oh, shoot. Oh, damn. You know what I just realized? We didn't cut it shorter. Damn it. We didn't cut it short. Damn it. I did not cut it short enough. Oh, hold on. When I did mine, did you all's? Okay. I'm sorry, you guys. Does your middle section, I don't think I cut enough off mine. I think I left mine too long. I did. So my chipboard is too long. I think I cut it too long because when I go to close my front and back cover, it doesn't close. So I need to cut this. Oh yeah, I didn't cut my chipboard short enough, so I need to cut a little bit off, which is fine because I still have paper to be able to cover the chipboard, and I don't have to cut a straight line. It will all work out. I promise y'all. It will work out. So I'm going to take that chipboard out of this paper, and I am going to reuse this paper. Damn it. I wasn't thinking. It's all good, y'all. Happy mistakes. Happy mistakes. You did yours shorter? She's like, bitch, I was smarter than you. I cut mine a little bit shorter. I did not. And it's okay because that's what scissors and glue and paper's for. Scissors, glue, and papers. It's all good. It all works out. Always happy mistakes. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to take that paper and I'm going to glue that on here. You won't even know it was even wrong. You won't even know that it was wrong. Okay, so let me put this paper on here. Slide that on there. That is too damn funny. Let me slide that on there on the top. There we go. Fold it over the top. Pa-chang! Fixed. I fixed mine. If I glued mine on backwards and had to take it out, I've done that. I've done that too. Okay, now I can add more glue back onto my spine. Sorry, y'all. Oh my God. Lily, at least she caught it. Yes, indeed. So did V. Or Miss Wanda caught hers too. She's like, nope, I cut mine shorter. All right, so there we go. Make sure we're on there. We are in the center. And scoop mine down a little bit. There we go. And there's my other side. We are good. There we go. My paper's a little crooked because I effed up, but it's okay. It's okay. Shit happens. That's why they call it art. That's why they call it art. But I can show you how to fix that. Okay. There's my back side. Let me glue down this back paper. Happy mistakes. There's no bad mistakes. They're all happy mistakes. And then I push down to make sure that I got connection. It happens. Mistakes happen. Even for the most expertise people, shit happens. Mistakes happen. We forgive them. We move on. It's all fixable. It is all fixable. On the side of the chipboard, I just folded it over. I just folded it over. I just folded that over. The top part and the bottom part, I just folded it in towards the bottom. Toward the back when I glued it down. But I'm going to glue this down. And see, there's my folded over paper here and my folded over paper here. And I'm going to glue this down. And the sides, did you fold it onto the picture? What do you mean? See, it's folded in. See how it's folded? So I folded it underneath. Oh, let me take my paper. Let me take my clips off so I can center my spine. Because my spine is sticking out further on one side than the other. So I'm going to take the clips off so that I can sit it down. Okay, you see how my spine is sticking up further? So all I'm going to do is sit my book down on a hard surface. Where is my bone folder? There it is. I'm going to take my bone folder and I'm going to push down. So now my spine is even. See that? Now my spine is even, and it's even on the bottom. So there's nothing sticking past. Oh, I'm not worried about it because I'm putting a pocket in there. That's right. Lace and fabric, y'all. That's what lace and fabric is for. So now I have my 2 ribbons. So I can tie this off so that I can use some of this for my, I can grunge it up, whatever. And then I can cut some of this off so that I can use it in the inside of my book. Pull it to fray it. There you go. Pull it to fray it. There you go. And then I can untie this. So for in the front where I screwed up, what I could do is make sure my front and back is glued down. Again, I can put a pocket here. I can put a pocket here. Or I can leave it go the way it is. I mean, either way. I had no idea how I was making journals without the quilt clips. I know, right? They work fabulous. So I missed purchasing this one. Oh, I'm sorry, Michelle. But that's it, y'all. Like I said, that is all there is to it. That's all there is to it. Happy mistakes turn into good mistakes. So they're not always mistakes. They're not always mistakes. But there you go. That is our journal. There's our lace. There we go. Now we can decorate however we so choose. I'll be honest with you. I'm just going to put a small, I'm going to take one of these. Where is there it is. Let me see here. What do we have in the ephemera package? Let me see what we got. Okay, so in the ephemera packet, let me see what I got here. Do we have any? I don't even remember what was in here. Okay, so those are all pockets and tags. But I could take another piece of paper and I can create a pocket. So the same thing. Okay, so for the single pages, I take a piece of muslin or a piece of paper. You can do muslin or you can do paper. Okay, I'll show you both. Rip a piece of muslin. So for the single pages, I'm going to go in here. Let's see. Let's throw it here. Okay. So I am going to take my muslin. I'm going to go ahead and put a dab of, I'm going to put glue on the one side that I'm going to stick to the paper. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and lay that down. Right flat on the page. Okay. I'm going to take my picture. I'm going to tuck my picture in there. And if it's too wide, say this picture doesn't work. But I want to use the other side so that when I flip it over, the dragon's full. Okay. I can cut this a little bit shorter. Or actually, you know what? I am going to do an outline. I'm going to do an outline. Like I said, there's no right or wrong answer to any of this. You be as creative as you want. I can glue it on the top. The top of that fabric. And there's my page. Get rid of any excess glue until that dries. Get a scrap piece of paper, y'all. Put a scrap piece of paper behind it. So there's your flap. And then once this dries, make sure you get off all that extra glue first, so you don't leave a shiny spot on your paper. But you can use the tabs, like I said, with the muslin. Get that extra glue off. There you go. So there's your tab, or you can use a piece of paper. So let me go here. For example, here's another one. So what I can do is I can take a piece of paper. I just had hold on. I have this is a 1/2 inch wide with I'm sorry, this is 1 inches, right? Let me double check. Where's my ruler? Where's my ruler? This is a 1 inch strip of paper, creased a 1/2 inch down the middle, right? So I can take my tab, make sure I fold it in half. Okay. Measure my thing, cut off any excess. I have a V. Okay. So this is a 1 inch strip with a 1/2 inch crease down the center. I can then glue my tab. My glue is throwing up. Take that one piece and glue it to my page. Let's put it down towards the bottom. Glue it to my page. Get my 5.5 by 11. I can either glue it on the back side or I can glue it on the front side, just like that. Okay, I'm going to glue mine on the front side. So I'm going to go ahead and do a tab of glue on this side. Stick it in there. In that crease, push it down. So you can use fabric or you can use paper. Get the excess glue off while it's still wet. Glue boogies, that's what I call these. And that's it. So now you have an extra sheet that you can do a little flip out, put an envelope in there, but yet it's still part of the book. So you don't have to have whole single pages. You know what I'm saying? You can do half pages just like that. Where'd it go? There's the cloth tab. Okay. You do the cloth tab, or you can do the paper where you just have a 1-inch strip of paper and then do a 1/2-inch seam down the middle and attach it. That's it. And if you wanted to cut around the outside, put another piece of, put something else on the back, it's that easy. You guys can add anything you want. You can actually, if you wanted to, you can add another tab here and put in some more journaling lines, whatever. You guys can do however you want to do it. There is no right or wrong answer. And all mistakes can be fixed. Truth be told, all mistakes can be fixed. There's nothing that you're going to do that is going to be non-fixable. Does anybody else have any questions? Wanda, it doesn't matter. You can have the brown paper showing in the front or not. It's completely up to you. I messed up and did not cut my spine short enough. So my paper doesn't line up, but that's okay. I can fix that. I can fix it by decorating the cover. I can decorate this area. Or if I have other dragon papers, I can, if you didn't put everything in the book, you can cover up that with a different dragon paper too. That's completely up to you. But does anybody else have any other questions? Absolutely. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. There is all mistakes are happy mistakes. All mistakes are happy mistakes. But does anybody else have any other questions before I hop off here for the evening? Or is everybody good? You're welcome, Lulu. I'm sorry I effed up and didn't cut the center spine sooner. I wasn't thinking. Oh, God. You are so welcome. You are so welcome. You guys are so welcome. And thank you for being so kind that I effed up and y'all were like, oh, we're just going to go with it. That's why everybody messes up. Are all your workshops like this one? Michelle, they're all different. They have different themes. Next month is Dark Circus Carnival. I did the same thing. Yeah. So it's like you can't tell me that there's nobody that messes up. Yay! Thank God, Jade. But yeah, shit happens. We don't sweat the small stuff here. Yes, please post your journals and make sure that you tag Sabrina's window. Even the F-ups, I still want to see them because I F up all the time. I do, and it's okay. No, Michelle, we do different sizes. Last month we did 11 by 17 paper. It was huge. We did a Black Dahlia book last month. It was huge. We will never do that size again. That was way too big. That was way too big. But yeah, we will never do that size paper again. I will only do that for custom orders. I won't do that as a workshop because that was tremendously huge. It was a little bit hard to handle. But yeah, generally we stay about the 8.5 by 11 papers folded in half. So 5 by 7, I guess. All right. Does anybody have any questions or anything? And again, please make sure you guys are posting your videos of your finished journals because everybody loves seeing them. Even myself, I love seeing them. And yes, sometimes we make mistakes, but again, there are don't lose sleep over it. Okay. Don't lose sleep over a mistake because it can all be fixed. It's not the end of the world. If it upsets you that much and you want a replacement of the images that were messed up, let me know. But I promise you, it's not the end of the world. It is not the end of the world. Really, truly. That's why it's called art. There is no artist that is perfect. I know I love seeing people's different ways of of decorating their books. I love seeing that. You're right, Miss Lil. I love seeing that. All right, y'all. Well, since nobody else has any other questions, thank you guys for joining along. And like I said, next month, there will be several tutorials for next month. So next month's workshop is a dark circus. I designed this cover myself. So I will have everybody's wheels cut out and I will have everybody's oh God, why can't I think of the name now? Having a total brain fart. Caravan. I will have their caravans cut out and I will have their wheels cut out so that all you have to do is put everything together. But the wheels will be cut out, the caravan will be cut out. Then all you guys got to do is glue the paper to it and stuff like that, and we'll be good. But it is a top flip. It is a top flip because, and the pages that'll be inside will be in both directions. So, for example, that it opens there. Some pages will be like this. Okay, that opens. There's the top. So some pages will open from this way. Some pages will be completely flat, the size of the book. Some pages will be this way and open this way. There'll be flip outs, pull outs, all kinds of stuff. But each one of these more intricate pages, I will do a separate tutorial for these. So that way there, it doesn't hold the entire class up. Okay. These pages will be done separately. So we'll put all the paper together, but the pop out parts or the other that I'm working on, like this one that I'm working on that has the sliding lady with the thing here on the side. This will slide up and down. Okay. This will slide up and down. Again, this will be a separate tutorial as well. We'll put together the back part of it and have that in the journal, but the rest of it you can build up later after the class. So you'll have the little doors. We'll cut all that during class and everything else, but the rest of it will be done in a different tutorial so that you can then glue it onto the page that this is supposed to go into. Okay. So these will be done in separate tutorials. All right. The darks. Oh, you know what, Amber? I don't know. Let me look. I'm sorry. Let's see. Products. Angel Max, I wouldn't be able to send it to you, honey. Not via email. Yes, we do have some workshops still available for the maze workshop. It's the Dark Circus. Oh wait, what happened to my? There we go. So yes, we do have workshops still available for the Dark Circus. They are 65 plus. What is it? $5.95 for shipping. $6.95 for shipping. $6.95 for shipping, and then it's $65 for the class. And like I said, I send you all of your supplies. It does give you a list in the description. It does give you a list of the supplies that you need to provide yourself. Because again, the top of the caravan is going to be muslin, which is the material that we just used today. That will be the top of the caravan. So that will be our spine of the book. That's why we can't do it from the side, because it's cloth. It's not it's a cloth spine. Okay. So that is it for that, ladies. But all of these, like I said, all of these will be done in a separate tutorial. So that way there it doesn't pull anybody behind on the class. And if anybody has any questions, feel free to send me a message on the website or in the DMs. And if I don't get back to you right away, just send me another DM on Facebook, or not Facebook. Jesus criminy, on TikTok. All right, y'all. I am going to get off here. Y'all have a great day. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate it. You guys have a good one, and I will talk to you guys later. Have fun, y'all. Thanks again for joining me. I appreciate it. Bye, guys. Love you. Have a good day. I appreciate you too. Like I said, always happy mistakes. Love you guys. See you later.